confidence to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire.
Board of Supervisors will call this meeting to order, and I have asked Jennifer Singer to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for the hee-haw. We're going to start the meeting by welcoming our newest member of our Board of Supervisors team, District 2, Supervisor Rob Tucker, and look forward to working with you and look forward to working with your constituents and making you a part of the county team. Welcome and best of luck. Madam Clerk, are there any corrections, deletions, or changes to the agenda? I believe we have quite a few.
Yes, Chair Bullock, we do have 5 items that are being removed from consideration, and the board will not take action on them today. So I'll list all 5 of those. The District Attorney consent item number 20, which is SR 25-0021. The Clerk of the Board consent item number 38, which is SR 25-0005. The Clerk of the Board presentation item number 41, which is SR 25-0052. The IGS presentation item number 45, which is SR 24-1233. And the probation presentation item number 46, which is SR 25-0041. Once again, the items that are being removed from consideration are agenda items number 30, 38, 41, 45, and 46.
Is it 30 or number 20?
You're correct. It's number 20. My
Number
apologies.
20, 38, 41, 45, 46 will be pulled and pushed to a future meeting. Okay, thank you. I'd now like to have us all observe a moment of silence for the tragedy and the anniversary. January 10th, 2001 tragic incident at the Behavioral Health Department, the HEW building in the Lions Restaurant. In memory of Laura Wilcox, Michael Markle, and Pearlie Mae Feldman. And we also know that there was a tragedy that occurred there and a mass shooting and tragic loss of life. So I'd just like to ask you to join me in a moment of silence in observance of those losses. Thank you so much. I'd also like to mention that our hearts go out to the fire victims in Los Angeles County. There are many counties in the greater metro Los Angeles area, just like Nevada County, with staff members, county team members, OES, first responders, and citizens that are struggling to make ends meet in the wake of this devastating fire that's occurred there. So I just wanted to say, on behalf of Nevada County, we wish all the first responders and people living and working in Los Angeles County all the best. We're here to help you, and there are efforts underway from people in West County and also East County to reach out to those fire victims and help them. So with that, I'm going to move on to item number 1, which is selection of chair and vice chair for 2025. I'm going to introduce this item. We'll have a public comment period at the beginning. Then I'm going to ask for nominations for chair and then vice chair. We're going to settle those matters and then move on to item number 2. So with that, we're going to go ahead and open public comment on the selection of chair and vice chair. And with that, Madam Clerk, do we have any callers on the line who would like to make a public comment on item number 1?
No callers.
No callers. Okay. Anybody here in board chamber like to make a comment on the selection of chair and vice chair for 2025? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment on this period of the agenda, and I would ask for nominations for the chair role for the Nevada County Board of Supervisors for the upcoming year of 2025.
I would like to nominate Supervisor Heidi Hall as chair.
I second.
Motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone.
Now on to the vice chair. I would entertain a motion to nominate our vice chair for the year 2025.
I nominate Lisa Swarthout.
I'll second that. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
District 5, yes. Congratulations, Supervisor Swarthout. And now we're going to take a very brief recess, and we're all going to move one seat to the left. So keep track of us. Our nameplates will move as well. And we'll turn the meeting over to our new chair, Supervisor Hall.
All right, we'll do the chair adjustments later. I'm sitting a little high here. All right, is everyone situated? Okay. Everything fine over there, Madam Chair? All right, wonderful. All right, we'll continue the meeting. Thank you so much for electing me to be the chair for you this year. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. But we want to start off this meeting now by thanking our ex-chair, Hardy Bullock. And I'll start by turning it over to you, Hardy. I think you might want to have a few things to say, and then I'll turn it over to your colleagues to say some things.
I'll try and be brief. I just wanted to thank everybody and just It was such an honor to serve this board and serve our community. I think one of the pieces about being chair is that you get to interface with a bunch of people outside your district. So I spent a lot of time in West County, a lot of time coming down to West County and being a part of stakeholder meetings, consortiums, groups, joint jurisdictional meetings. And it was such an honor to represent our board and also to work together with each of you, the constituents in Nevada County and Nevada County as a whole, not just District 5, but every single district. I learned a lot. I was humbled by the support I got. I was humbled by the difficulty at times that we had to face. We had some very challenging moments in 2024. We had mine hearings. We had stakeholder challenges. We had changes in the way that our county is operated. We had storms. We had fires. We had all of the above. And I just wanted to say, sincerely from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank each and every one of you for supporting me, particularly the Nevada County staff and the team we've created. I felt supported the entire time, and I feel like our staff did the best job of any county staff that you could ask for, supporting the chair, supporting our board, being there for us and giving us transparent, timely, and relevant information to make the best decision we can about supporting our county and the individual community needs that we all represent with districts 1 through 5. So I just really want to thank you. This morning I kind of got up early, which is not unusual, but I did reflect on some things that I wanted to share with you over the last 12 months or so. And it was interesting because when I thought back, I thought, hey, what did we get done in 2024? And like all of us, we focus on what's in front of us, but when I looked at my calendar, I stopped 25 items, and these are items that are shared by each and every one of you, by elected officials, appointed officials, Nevada County staff and team members, and this board as a whole. So I just wanted to mention these are not something that I've done alone. There's something we did together, and I want to highlight what we've done together. So it started for me with the 2024 Strategic Planning Workshop. We spent 3 days together figuring out our board objectives. We had a lot of changes and challenges to some of our local stakeholders, particularly in the OES space and fire space. We had many changes to our staff and our team here at Nevada County, a lot of retirements, a lot of new staff. We welcomed new pieces of our departments and leadership team. One of the memorable pieces for me is the 3 weeks of being in budget subcommittee in a room, chewing up numbers for 3 weeks straight, and ending up Martin Polton, who's not in this room, so he can't defend himself, so I'm just going to laugh, chuckle a bit, but we really arm wrestled to understand that balance of healthy fund reserves and how do you use the money the county has to build communities and how do we serve others with that money. So I think we came out of it great. As we've seen, the fund balances are very strong. We conducted the mine hearing and finally extricated ourselves from the Rise Gold mine hearing, thanks to CDA staff and the people that worked so hard to bring that mine hearing to a close. We did multiple land use appeals. We hosted our first in a while joint jurisdictional meeting, Grass Valley, Nevada City, Town of Truckee, on fire preparedness. Very proud of that. Conducted our housing ad hoc, which the fruits of some of that labor will be discussed today at our Tiny Homes on Wheels. We completed our Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan, which was a huge 24-month effort with the creation of a new department led by Shavati now, previously Erica. We had our Behavioral Health Ad Hoc. We included payment reform, BCHIP grant funding objectives that we're looking at. We got the Klondike Flat Sawmill piece approved up in Truckee, one of the first sawmills to go into our area in a long, long time. Very proud of that. We had our Truckee Tahoe Homeless Advisory Committee. We preserved the Hearst Day Pyramid Bikeway. We did our Heart of Gold gravel race to raise money for charity and teen mental wellness. Had our first Senior Services Roundtable in Truckee with almost 20 jurisdictions present there. Did some work on Hobart Mills, workforce housing. We had our 2024 Sustainability Summit with Wade Crowfoot and Chairman Smokey, who both commented on our county's ability to bring disparate viewpoints together and talk about climate resiliency and also the way we interface with our tribal partnerships. We had our Veterans Appreciation, Military Appreciation Day. I think Supervisor Hook and Swarthout both joined me on what I remember about that day is a lot of airplane flying and a lot of heat. It was really, really, really hot, but it was a great day out there. got to honor our military and our veterans. I think we hosted, or at least I hosted, in District 5, Congressman Kiley, I think 4 or 5 times, direct visits, which is great to integrate our congressional support representative here in our county. Multiple tribal meetings with the Washoe tribe. I also remember sitting in facility ad hocs, and I'd just like to thank Justin for bringing us along and conducting that meeting that really has a pretty meaningful and impactful responsibility of pushing our facilities and our objectives forward, because when you make decisions here, it all goes into this facility committee that then works with a bunch of different people to make those things actually occur, right? And so I just wanted to thank you for that time you put into that. We kicked off our climate resiliency objective and got huge grants. I think the final total is almost $14 million for Nevada County based on our resiliency plan. And then a lot of leadership changes, HPO, workshop, senior leadership changes, and leadership objectives that we worked through together. And then we kicked it off. We started the whole year talking about core services, and I feel like we stuck to it. We didn't throw too many shiny objects at staff, and we tried to stay focused on what our mission was and what the board had decided to do at our strategic workshop in 2024. Moved the library project in Truckee along quite a ways, and looking forward to some potential bonding. And then pulled down a lot of earmark money from the Fed and state partners to benefit our citizens right here in Nevada County. And lastly, I'm just going to finish up with a lot of work that particularly Supervisor Hall has done related to CSAC and NACO, and also Supervisor Hook with RCRC, Supervisor Swarthout with RCRC. I've attended all those meetings, but we just really play an integral role in understanding how Nevada County fits into the state of California, how we work with our federal partners, and how we can bring rural voices to advocate for the people right here in Nevada County. I'm very, very proud of that. Very proud of our Wedge and Reg team for our legislative support activity that we've done with our partners. And I know Supervisor Hall is going to have a lot to say about what we hope to get accomplished in 2025. I'm looking forward to being a part of it. I'm also looking forward to listening and being, watching what you can do and being a member of this board and getting back to focusing on District 5 and not just being chair. So sincerely want to thank everybody for supporting me.
Thank you, Hardy. It was a tremendous year. I think we each are going to have a few things to say that we want to share with you. I'll start with Lisa. Do you want to say?
So it's been a pleasure to work with you this past year as chair. Your leadership and your listening skills and your availability for questions and concerns that we as individuals might have on the board has been very much appreciated. In particular, working with you on the housing committee has been extremely helpful because Truckee, your district has such a different perspective than my district, so bringing the two together, looking for solutions has been just really kind of the highlight of the 2024 for me. So next for at least 2 more years with me, so and you're here for another 4 years, so thank you for all that you have done for the county and for us as a board, and 2025, I think it's going to be a good year.
Thank you. Sue?
Yeah, Hardy, it's just been a pleasure. I can't, we could just go on and on. I think what's fun about you is we can have a difference of opinion. You can open a different door. Sometimes it makes me see things different. And I think that's important when a chair's sitting, right? I think there's important times where we as a board have to make adjustments, and you do that so gracefully. And I always appreciate that. And then when I come to you with things where, okay, let's find an answer. Like we talk about library, right? It's just a little thing, some of those little tweaks that really helped our underserved areas in our community. And I think having you work right inside both sides of the county gives you an insight to what we all deal with in all of our districts. Some similar, but some a little bit different. And your ability to look at that in the broad picture has just been refreshing. And I just think it's been a fabulous year. When you look at that list of things that have been accomplished and how we worked here on the dais together to make things done, and you kept that all intact, and I think that's important. We've had ups and downs from COVID to the mine to things that are so darn controversial, right? But yet we stayed the path, and I think that comes with a leader, and really appreciate that work that you've done this year, and look forward to where Heidi's coming. I think we'll have another good year and be productive, and of course, it's all created by our staff and how you work with them, and I think that's what's most important. Is this is a unit, it's a family in a way, and it's a team, and that's how we get things done. So thanks for being our leader, and look forward to what we're going to accomplish for the next year.
Thanks. Rob, I know you just started, but I just want to give you the opportunity.
Thanks. I'll keep it short because we've only served alongside each other for a week. But I know from being a citizen and a resident following the board, particularly this last year, I've really appreciated your thoughtfulness, of course, your dedication, and I think most of all, your demeanor. I think, as was mentioned, there were some really controversial items that came up, and I can't think of anyone who handled it better than you. And I feel like it's just a great example that I appreciate and hope to emulate your thoughtfulness and your demeanor and what it means to be a public servant and a leader. So look forward to working alongside you.
Great. I echo all of those things, and thank you for listing all the stuff that got done. I don't have to say all those things now. But I do just want to point out that it was an unusual year in that we had the Rise Gold mine hearings, which were really intense and deep and were really well run. So thank you for that. And then we had a historic number of appeal public hearings, which are also difficult and tricky, and you did a fantastic job with that. We had multiple ordinances come through this year. And then, of course, the BOS workshop where we establish our priorities for the following year. So I want to thank you also for all the leadership you provided, and for me as well, the fact that you set a tone of positivity and compassion, that you listened, that you were present and always open to the changes that needed to happen. I think set a tone for a really fantastic year. So thank you for your leadership, Hardy. And now I'm going to turn it over to public comment. If anyone in the public would like to come up and say anything about Hardy's leadership, Supervisor Bullock's leadership as chair, or his year as chair.
Good morning, Board. Lee French, Alta Sierra, District 2. Hardy, first time I met you was at the workshop, and I was impressed then. The way that you conducted the meetings, the professionalism that you exhibited to us really left a high level of confidence that it was in very, very good hands. So thank you, and you'll continue on until next time we can get up and say the same thing. Thank you.
Dean, do we have any callers?
No callers.
Okay. Unless there's any other comment? then
Chair
we-
Hall, I would like to make
sorry,
a few remarks.
of course.
No, don't be
See
sorry.
Alice.
Behalf of county staff, we just want to thank you, Supervisor Bullock. You often measure a leader in terms of how they show up every day, and you showed up with always a positive attitude. You elevated people around you. You were extremely supportive. You were driven, mission-driven. And you kept a very fast pace. So what people don't see is that how hard supervisors work. And so Hardy's day would literally start anywhere between 5:30 in the morning. We would start receiving calls and texts around 6:30, and it really queued us up for the day ahead and what we had to accomplish. So we want to thank you for the energy that you brought and for positioning us so well for 2025.
Thank you, Allison. I'm going to close public comment. I think I did that. Yeah, and just a note on that, I think these comments and this discussion is helpful for all of you in the public to understand that what happens up here on the dais, it is when final decisions get made, but it's really the culmination of all the work that happens behind the scenes for weeks and months and on a daily basis. So we appreciate that we can keep things moving up here because of all the good hard work that people do behind the scenes. And with that, Hardy, we're going to give you a plaque as a thank you that you can, it hangs on your wall. You have to be careful not to tear down. The wall is so heavy.
Can I put it on my car?
You may do whatever you want with it. And I think we want to take a picture as well to memorialize your year. So let's come on down, do that. All right. Before we move into the meat of the meeting, I just want to take a minute, again, to thank my colleagues for allowing me to chair the board for 2025. As of the last couple of years, we've begun the year with each chair choosing sort of an initiative that they want to promote during their chair year. Does it mean a lot of new programs or new commitments, but it's a chance to highlight some of the work we do and a certain audience perhaps out there, and maybe set a few reach goals. So I want to announce today that my initiative is going to be Year of the Youth, Empowering Future Generations, and I'm hoping that we're going to be highlighting a number of things that we're already doing here at the county and setting some reach goals. For example, with workforce development and leadership, we have interns here. We want to expand the amount of young interns we have to give them an opportunity to see how government works and get some experience in the workforce. We have our Youth Leadership Council, which was established a couple of years ago, and they'll be coming forth with recommendations, and I hope that we can take on some of those recommendations and move forward with them. We want to look at housing and food security as an issue that is very real for our youth today. Look to work with our Foster Youth Leadership Council, work with college students and other students to make sure they are getting what they need from CalFresh. We want to focus on youth and health, on our health initiatives, our 0 to 5 years preventative work for our children, and the mental health efforts and programs that we have to reach out to them. So again, it's not that we're initiating a lot of new programs, but it really gives us a chance to highlight in these somewhat difficult times for our young people and our youth and our families, how we can help them from the county and how we can uplift them and help them in their future. So that's I'm looking forward to taking that on, and I hope you'll all join me in that effort. And now we are going to move into the meat of the agenda. We're moving on to the consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed for discussion, and if members of the public want to ask questions or hear discussions, they can raise their concerns, and the supervisors will decide whether to pull an item. These are items 3 through 40 minus the items that Teen listed.
We'll do items 3 through 40, less items 20 and 38.
Thank you. So I'm going to open public comment. Anyone wants to provide comments or request that items be removed from consent for discussion? Anybody calling in on that? Teen?
Yes, Chair, we do have one caller.
Okay, let's take the call.
Okay, thank you.
That sounds like it might be me. This is Matthew Coulter calling in. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Michael. Matthew?
Okay, great. Yeah, I've tried to comment several times in the meeting already, but the format, and once again, is screwy. And this consent and putting through 40 items is screwy. Transparency in the county, corruption in the county, lackadaisical attitude in the county transfers over to all these items in the consent agenda. They should be talked about more so the public understands where their tax dollars are going and why our fire systems are lacking. We're running out of ambulance constantly and all kinds of other matters, and why you can't go shop in Brunswick Basin because of the crazy people on the streets down there. So all these things that are in the consent agenda translate throughout the entire community. And I would hope that the community understands the amount of millions and millions of dollars that's being spent and the lack of progress that we've been made locally here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, I'm going to close public comment. And any board member want to remove anything else? No. Okay. Then I'm going to call for a motion to approve the consent calendar, less items 20 and 38.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Teen?
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes. Great. The consent calendar has been passed, and we don't have to discuss any of them that were removed because they're coming back at a later time. So now we'll move into general public comment. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the board on items not appearing on today's agenda that are of interest to the public and in the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district. Please direct your comments to the board, not the audience or staff, and no individual may speak more than once during general public. We're going to continue having public speakers having 3 minutes, at which point the microphone will be turned off. Thereby, keep your comments clear and concise in the interest of civil discourse. We ask that your public comments are conducted in such a manner that it avoids disruptive activity, promotes mutual respect, keeps comments focused on issues, and avoids personal attacks. You may also provide comments directly to the board from not only from inside the chambers, but by calling 530-270-3474 to comment live over the phone. And if you want to make public comment by phone, please call in pretty soon so you don't miss the opportunity. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. Sure. This is Shirley Osgood from District 3, and I wanted to say how much I appreciate your eye contact because that's about the only symbol I have that you're listening. So thank you very much. And about a year ago, I requested some information about how the FEMA grant for access and functional need was going, and I did have a call from Caleb. Apparently, it's going very slowly. I was approved probably about 2 years ago to have my property fire safed. I think it came under senior and low income, I'm not sure, but anyway, I haven't heard anything. I did go and visit them yesterday, and they're still waiting for county and/or FEMA communications. So maybe somebody can check up on that. And the main reason I'm here, again, is to ask for a ceasefire resolution to be put on the agenda, which would include mentioning the word genocide and an arms embargo. I don't know about you, but I do not approve of my tax dollars being spent to kill children. And I have today a dress on, which I'd like to just flash at you briefly. I was going to write the names of babies and young children on this dress, and so I was only able to put first names, and after the 0-year-olds, I put a 0, but I didn't get through the zeros because there were a couple of hundred that did not fit on this dress. And these are babies that have been killed by shrapnel, bullets, their houses being bombed and closed and buried by their houses, having their medical needs not met, starvation, dehydration, freezing, and having their premature babies having the medical equipment turned off because Israel did not allow for the energy that was required in the hospitals. Many of these did die in hospitals. I just want to say, I hope that you guys will consider it your responsibility, as every individual in our country should, to do something about not approving and letting our leaders know that we do not approve of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shirley, and I think we can have someone from OES follow up with you on their FEMA question.
My name is Don Fraser. I'm a resident of Nevada City. I've been up here a number of times asking you to put a resolution on the agenda calling for a ceasefire and an arms embargo against the government of Israel. We've talked about numbers, over 200 journalists killed. They say 47,000 civilians, but Lancet came up with a study not very long ago that says because of the destruction and the lack of records, that it's probably more like 70,000. But there are estimates of 186,000 if you count the people.
I apologize. We have some technical difficulties. Is that okay, Carissa? Go ahead, sir.
186,000 if you count the people under the rubble. And then you talk about money, at least $23 billion spent last year sent to Israel, but it's come to light recently that due to the way that the accounting's done and the way that money's spent, that it's more like maybe 50 billion we've sent in arms and stuff to the state of Israel. How could that money be spent better for fire prevention, recovery in LA, things like that? But we don't talk about the people very much until, like Shirley today, talks about the names of all the babies that have been killed. This is Dr. Salim Tabat. Dr. Tabat is a neonatal specialist, spoke 3 languages, volunteered at Al-Aqsa Hospital, visiting homes and tents to care for newborns. She was killed with 2 other women while they were eating lunch on January 5th, 2025. Torn to pieces. Dr. Tabat was identified by her hand. The silence that goes on in this country about what's happening in Gaza and the West Bank is akin to what happened in Nazi Germany. I implore you, please put a resolution on the agenda calling for an arms embargo against the government of Israel. This will not stop until we cut off the money. They take land every day in the West Bank from Palestinians. When the country was established, 750,000 Palestinians lost their homes. And it continues, slaughter after slaughter after slaughter. I have a picture and a thing of resources if you want to do some investigation. I'd like permission to approach the clerk and hand it to her.
You may do that. Thank you for your comment, Don.
Good morning, Board. Happy New Year. My name is Kristen Phelan. I'm in District 2. And I'm here today just because I would like to open up discussion going forward into this year of how we can avoid what happened last year with everything with Verizon and how we can work better with these cellular companies, I guess I would say. I really felt like the lack of specifics in code failed our community in a way. I feel like how things are currently is set up to where these companies can come in and decide where they want to sell a tower regardless of how it impacts the community. And I think that if we take a closer look at code, how we could update it to not only work better with these companies, but also protect people of this community in the process, that would benefit everyone. The 130 people that supported me in that battle, we're not against cell towers, but we do believe they should be in safe and responsible locations, and that the proposed location on Dog Bar Road wasn't a safe or responsible location. So I think that, again, if we take a look at code, maybe that's updating it so there's a minimum setback requirement. We could avoid a lot of what we experienced last year and protect people in the process. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jeffrey Gottesman. I'm here representing Jewish Voice for Peace and the Peace and Justice Center of Nevada County. And I'm here again to ask you to place a resolution this year on the agenda for an advisory about a weapons embargo against sending our tax dollars and arms to support a great evil that's afoot in the world. And I'd like to ask you to remove a fig leaf of this is not a local issue, because it is a local issue. It's about our conscience. And it's also about being able to overcome the influence of the Israel lobby to terrorize most of Congress against doing the right thing. And that's why they need your input. Isabel Wilkerson, you may be familiar with the author of Caste and the subject of the movie Origins, has shown with research how the Nazis, when they were planning their program of extermination, were mostly inspired by the Jim Crow South. It's a direct pipeline, and now the fundamentals of it were different. Instead of being against black people, it was against non-Aryan people. A campaign of ethnic cleansing and extermination. And it's also true that the people who are engineering the current ethnic cleansing and extermination of the people of Palestine are, with our tax dollars, were influenced by both Jim Crow and the Nazi thinkers who put together the Holocaust. And the Israel lobby will tell you that the people who have called it a genocide, including the UN General Assembly by a huge margin, the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and many, many others have, they will tell you they're all anti-Semitic and that they're Jew haters, but you know that that's not true.
Thank you for your comment.
Hello, my name's Ann Johnson. I'm in District 4, and I'm here to also support the resolution for the people of Palestine and Gaza to be placed on the agenda so that we can have a voice at our federal government level through our county government. My friend back here, Shirley, was arrested, and she is going to be serving 5 days in jail. We don't know yet. I don't think she knows yet if that's going to be in Nevada County. If she's going to be here in Nevada County, it's right, across the parking lot, because of her commitment to her moral belief that what's happening in Gaza is a terrible atrocity and needs to end. And she has tried many, many avenues of speaking here, speaking to other officials in order to try to get a change there. It becomes a moral dilemma. What can we as citizens of this country do to change a moral atrocity that our government is largely responsible for? It wouldn't be happening if we weren't giving arms to Israel. It probably wouldn't be happening if we didn't have economic interests in the area. I don't know if you know that there has been natural gas discovered off the coast of Gaza, and it is being currently mined by Chevron. We're calling for a boycott of Chevron because in that way they are supporting the genocide and the ethnic cleansing, the genocide of Gaza and the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people. And if you have any suggestions for us of what we could do differently besides putting ourselves into a situation where we might be arrested and jailed, please help us know what we can do to speak in a more constructive manner to end what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Jezra. I live in District 2 on the satellite side of the digital divide, and I'm here to talk to you about what you can do to improve the future of Nevada County and make Nevada County a vibrant place 100 years from now, 50 years from now, 25 years from now. Where I live, there is no way to get internet service from anything other than a satellite. I tried contacting Tucker when Tucker was running for office to discuss this issue, and the lack of response to my email was disheartening. Recently, I called all of you, and the only person who responded was Heidi Hall. Thank you. Again, Tucker, your lack of response was disheartening. It is not a good way to ignore your rural constituents. In 2016, AT&T received federal funding through the FCC's CAF2 program to provide internet service to my rural neighborhood in District 2. This is the marketing material they sent me, trying to get me to sign up for that service. In 2018, AT&T reported to the FCC that that service was deployed everywhere. This is, again, the marketing material with things such as, confirmed you're eligible for high-speed internet, and verified for your address. That is certainly not true. That service, although paid for with public funding, was never made available. Here is a letter I have from 2018 from the Office of the President of AT&T stating that AT&T does not provide any sort of internet service where I live. That includes dial-up. There is nothing from AT&T. I continued complaining to my elected representatives. Here is in 2021, there was finally a resolution, apparently, to the issue. This is the letter I have from then Senator Dianne Feinstein, who received this notification from the FCC stating that they were aware that AT&T's federally funded service was not available, and the resolution was to remove my address from the coverage map. Case closed. That was it. And to this day, I still cannot get any sort of internet access that is not from a satellite. There is absolutely nothing stopping the AT&T Corporation from upgrading their copper network in Nevada County to fiber optic. other than corporate greed. AT&T is a investor-owned public utility, just like PG&E, and AT&T's network is a dilapidated pile of rubbish, just like PG&E's network, because those investor-owned utilities preferred shareholder dividends to reinvesting in.
Thank you, Jezra, for your comments.
Good morning. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tracy Houston. I'm District 4. I'm the founder and president of the newly formed Western Nevada County Community Land Trust, otherwise known as a CLT. As some of you know, we are a nonprofit 501c3 dedicated to the mission of building housing that is affordable to middle to lower income people in Western Nevada County. Unlike the subsidized supportive housing projects and the shelters that the other very fine nonprofits are supporting in our community, we serve the missing middle people in our county. Those are households who earn too much for subsidy, but can't afford the market rate housing in our area. So our CLT builds homes affordably so that they can be rented or sold to regular working folks. We're serving income demographics up to 120% of area median income and are targeting those more at the lower levels at about 80% area median income. So that's our teachers, our firefighters, our general workforce, as well as folks, elders on fixed income. The CLT also preserves affordability in perpetuity by fixing rent or resale rates at no more than 30% of gross monthly income. Our first project is in Penn Valley. It's walkable to the schools in the town center. We're building very high quality homes. They're all super energy efficient, fire-wise, water-wise. And under the state ADU law, as you know, we are able to build 3 units on each parcel, a primary, a junior accessory dwelling unit, and an ADU. I'm happy to say that we are ahead of schedule. We're under budget and working really hard to stay that way so that they can be as affordable as possible. We're also currently looking for new sites in Grass Valley and Nevada City with a goal to support your housing objectives ongoing. So we thank you for your support and look forward to keeping you posted. Thanks.
Thank you, Tracy. Do we have any callers?
Chair Hall, we do have 4 callers.
Oh, let's take a couple of those.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Lockwood. I live on Tiger Tail Road. I moved here from Southern California to get away from the proliferating cell towers and would like to see the code updated to require more setback to ensure that this remains a safe place for me to live. The following is taken from Physicians for Safe Technologies. Although people have reported health symptoms with cell towers a mile or more away, studies indicate that a 500-meter buffer from cell towers is recommended due to reported health effects and limiting liability to cities. In August 2022, biologist and researcher Alfonso Balmori published a thorough review of the existing scientific literature on the effects of base station cell tower antennas on humans in environmental research titled Evidence for a Health Risk by RF on Humans Living Around Mobile Phone Base Stations from Radio Frequency Sickness to Cancer. Please consider updating the code to protect the residents of this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Let's go ahead and take the next caller. Caller, are you there?
Yes, I am. Yeah. Hi. I would like to back up what the previous caller just said, and also I'm glad to hear that Heidi Hall is going to focus on children, because I think cell phone tower placement is critical for the health of our children. I'd like to see the Board of Supervisors think about the wishes of the residents over the corporate interests. And I'm Elaine Ashton, and I believe I'm in District 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Let's take the next couple. Caller, are you there?
We'll return that caller back to the queue and try again in a moment.
Okay.
I believe we have 2 more callers.
Okay, let's go ahead and take them. We'll come back to comment in the chambers.
I heard a beep. Am I commenting?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello? Okay, very good. This is Matthew Coulter. I encourage all of the Board of Supes and anyone that's interested to join my Concerned Citizen Facebook page. I post pictures of these different things that I bring to the Board of Supervisors, the CEO, the police chiefs, the sheriffs, the fire department, anyone I'm not restrained from, any place I can ring a bell to try to save some of these people that are literally living in holes behind CVS and starting fires behind CVS in Brunswick. The camps over on Rise Gold property are huge and need to be dealt with along the creek, along Idaho-Maryland Road, along Bennett Street, places that have already burned multiple times, places that are the county and city is fully aware of the hazard. The fire in Condon Park, that particular camping spot, well used, well occupied, and the police don't want to do anything about it, so it takes little boys to ring the bell because there's a fire burning next to highly dense apartment complexes, and it just seems to be okay. I don't quite get it, but currently right now, the Development Review Committee meeting just finished at 9 o'clock for Grass Valley, Board of Supervisors meeting at 9 o'clock, Historical Commission meeting at 3, 5:30 Grass Valley closed session, 6 o'clock City Council Grass Valley, 6:30 Nevada City Council, and Truckee at 5 o'clock. How can people participate with their local government when the meetings overlap and they all have different access requirements to be able to participate with the meetings? I encourage in 2025 for our county to get themselves on the same sheet of music so we can talk about the same issues like fire. Because we have all these little fiefdoms that are all doing different things and nothing is getting done. Nothing. We're all going to die in a firestorm. But parties and art projects are priority. This has got to change for 2025. It's outrageous what's gone on in this county dealing with the fire situation. We can't keep our fire departments active. This is really sad. And every single time you guys meet, fire should be on the agenda, some form of it. Removing material, access routes, plans. You should be talking about this non-stop. We have so much more fuel in Southern California. We don't need 100-mile-an-hour winds. We can have a 10-mile-an-hour wind. Can you run 10 miles an hour? That's my question.
Thank you, Matthew.
Chair Hall, we have 2 callers waiting.
Okay, let's go ahead and take them.
Thank you.
I'm here. I heard my beep. Is that still me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello? Great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Jessica Pittaway, District 3. I'm calling in public comment today as a follow-up to an email that I sent to the General BOS as well as my supervisor. And I'm also commenting on 2025, the board please focusing on updating our code in regards to setbacks and placement of cellular communication towers. We have brought, we the public have brought many issues that we are facing, though many people might not believe there are health hazards to cellular towers. I understand that. But we also need to remember that these towers reduce property values. They do catch on fire. They cause fires. So I would like to strongly encourage the board to continue moving forward with anything that you already have in motion. And I'm looking forward to participating at the workshop and other meetings. Many of us in the community are encouraging the board this year to increase setbacks and do everything that you can within reason to allow these cellular towers to go through their permitting process, but protecting your citizens' properties and health in regards to code. That would solve many problems, including keeping our county out of the crosshairs of any expensive lawsuits, et cetera. So let's change the code. I know we can do it. I'm looking forward to finding out what you guys already have on the agenda, and we'll be participating, excited to participate to see ways that we can weigh in on what we believe for our properties would protect our property values, protect our health, and protect our interests. I'd also like to encourage the board to remember schools in regards to code changes. This isn't just about residents. I know that it's a new thing right now for cell phone towers to pay schools lots of money in order to put a tower up on the school property. I would never send my children to any school or high school that has the cellular tower. There's many people that feel that way. So let's protect our children, let's protect our schools, let's protect our homes. And the previous caller, we should be talking about the homeless problem here too. Didn't ever think about it, but it would be great to continue to talk to the board about those issues and protecting our community and figuring out the homeless problem that we have. So thank you so much for everything you're doing. Looking forward to spending lots of time with you guys this year. Let's change that code and protect our residents from cellular towers and do safe, careful, thoughtful planning in our more congested areas. All right, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Chair, we have one more caller.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Linda Vanix. I'm a retired MD, that's medical doctor. I live in Alta Sierra Ranches where the cell service is poor, which is just the way I need it. I'm requesting that you change the code to require at least 500-meter setback of new cell towers from homes. I wish to tell you what the telecoms and FCC don't want you to hear or believe. My daughter and I both have electrohypersensitivity. We moved here to escape 5G in Southern California. When it was rolled out in Riverside, we had to flee our home. A year later, it was a similar story in Ventura County. We did some electromagnetic radiation remediation both places, but that was not sufficient for us. We have genetic SNPs that affect our body's ability to detox chemicals and heavy metals. Over 25 years ago, I became convinced that autoimmune diseases could be reversed. I began to change my diet and lifestyle, doing my best to avoid toxins in food, beverages, health and beauty products, and cleaning products. But my health and quality of life continued to spiral downward slowly. Now I realize that the missing piece for me was electromagnetic radiation reduction. Since we moved to Nevada County nearly 4 years ago, the reduction in electromagnetic radiation, especially radio frequency, has allowed enough recovery in cellular damage for my body to be able to detox naturally. It's a slow process, but we are finally reversing our autoimmune diseases so we can experience improved health and quality of life. Shortly after moving here, we no longer needed to take guaifenesin for fibromyalgia syndrome. After 25 years, the amount of thyroid hormone that I need to take for Hashimoto's thyroiditis is significantly reduced.
please change the code to require at least 500-meter setback for cell towers from all homes. Please don't let the telecoms force us to have to move again. Where would we go? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. And let's bring the commenter back to the board chambers. Any final commenters?
Hi, my name is Dee DeLeon. I'm in the 3rd District. This is my husband, William. We live at 12652 Rattlesnake Road.
Into the microphone there.
Okay, we
Thank
live
you.
at
There you go.
12652 Rattlesnake Road. In the past week, 5 animals, one was a deer, was killed in front of our residence. The speeding on Rattlesnake is so out of hand. I have several people comment they're willing to sign a petition to do something about Rattlesnake Road. A child got hit a couple years ago. We have a problem of at 174 coming up towards Rattlesnake. The speed limit's 25. It's 25 by my house, and it's 25 right after. However, it speeds suddenly to 40. Then it goes to 35, back to 25. Is there a reason, as a residential community, we can't get a 25-mile-an-hour regular speed limit? Because it's horrible. I almost got hit crossing the street last year. There's no respect. I did lose my dog in the past 5 days. However, in our case, like many others, our electronic gate failed. She got on the road. A wonderful neighbor tried to sell her. Hit-and-run driver would not stop. I am no longer comfortable, even though I love my home, with the way they just speed by. I've had people in my driveway having struggles to get out of it because how they speed up when they see someone wanting to enter the road. My suggestion originally was speed bumps. I called the supervisor. He said, no way. What about a camera that many communities use that take pictures of the speeders? What about a continuous trailer? There has to be something to resolve this. It's not safe on Rattlesnake.
I'm going to confirm this a little bit, rearrange it, since I'm a retired truck driver. Coming off of 174 and turning right on a Rattlesnake, there is a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit sign. About 20 feet past that is a yellow sign with a big cross on it that says 25. I believe this is a school drop-off zone, because once you see that sign, it does not change from that 25 to all the way up straight where it changes to 35, and then 15 feet past that it changes to 40 again. I think it's confusing to people who live out there that have to see that.
Thank you both for your comments, and we will have staff follow up with you here to talk to you about that. Any other comments?
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Myers. I'm on behalf of Den Cobb Farms and Nevada County in the usage of cannabis consumption on site for seed-to-sale vineyards. No different than what we do with the wine vineyards and breweries and everything else. We'd like you to consider adopting a rule that allow us and all the farmers in Nevada County to participate on a seed-to-sale consumption on site. I'm not going to bore you with all the stuff I wrote. I have little handouts for you. It's been a little intense this morning. But with the consideration, it'll allow the consumers, if we're in a case of Den Cobb Farms, allow the consumers to come on site and understand the efficacy and the therapeutic values of cannabis. It's not about getting high. At Den Cobb Farms specifically, we have a protocol in place that teaches everyone the efficacy on how to use the cannabis in replacement of other Western medications to endure your health and trigger your body's endocannabinoid system.
we find this a great value. And also through the cannabis industry right now, there's a big movement to allow the cannabis consumption and to create trails and pathways between counties that where the tours, just like Nevada County or Napa County, the tours will go around from county to county and support the cannabis growers. I'd like Nevada County to be the first on the process and upfront with everyone else and everyone to understand the value of what cannabis is, the sun-grown organics in Nevada County. Right now, we have this big movement with pesticides around the state of California, but nobody in the state is educated or realized Nevada County is the largest organically grown county for cannabis. That needs to be exposed and brought to light. Doing that would be the on-site consumption to allow us to bring all the other marketplaces in the Nevada County. And instead of just dealing with our county itself, bring the rest of the state in and expose it for what it is and allow the value between the consumers and the farmers. And then you'll see a big uptick in the value of what cannabis truly is. Not about getting high, but about benefiting your body and your health. You know, I appreciate your time. And again, I shortened it. I would like to hand these out to the board if you don't mind, please. That way you'll know what I really wanted to say.
Yeah, you can hand those to the clerk there.
Thank
And
you.
thank you for your comment. Any more comments in the board chambers? Any more callers, Madam Clerk?
No additional callers.
Okay, then I'm going to close public comment. Thank you, everyone, for coming down to express your opinion and thoughts. We are now going to move on, and the agenda, item 41 has been removed from consideration. It will be brought back at another time. I believe Robinson Enterprises is involved with helping with the LA fires. So we're going to move on to item 42, resolution designating the San Juan Ridge Tapestries. And I believe, Carissa, you are introducing the item?
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the board. I'm Carissa Sear, an analyst in your office, and I'm pleased to be here today to introduce a resolution for your approval that will designate the San Juan Ridge Tapestries as a historical resource. The designation is recommended to you by the Nevada County Historical Landmarks Commission, and they work tirelessly throughout the year to provide extensive research and to really preserve the history and tell the story of our county. The San Juan Ridge Tapestries are currently located in the North Columbia Schoolhouse Cultural Center, and this will be the first designation for the historical landmarks this year, so it'll be 25-01. And with that, I'd like to introduce Bruce Boyd, a member of the Nevada County Historical Landmarks Commission. And also, he will be joined today by Jennifer Rain Crosby, the designer and illustrator for the tapestries.
Thank you for giving some time to this. I know we were at one point on the consent calendar, but we felt that it was really important that you got a chance to see these tapestries. They're quite magnificent. They're 84 feet long, consisting of 12 tapestries. Tapestries there are two kinds. There's a woven tapestry and there's an embroidered tapestry. So this is an embroidered tapestry done by, probably almost 100 people working over the last 15 years to produce these. What we have to show you today is a quick run through of all the 12 tapestries. They began in 2007. Local textile artist Marcia Stone had the idea that she'd like to preserve the history of the San Juan Ridge in a tapestry, much like the Bayeux tapestries preserve the history of the Battle of Hastings in the 11th century. Those tapestries still exist. They're still on exhibit. And Marcia had the idea that these tapestries hopefully would last as long as that, so that people would get an idea of what goes on the San Juan Ridge. The commission had a meeting at the North Columbia Schoolhouse last May, and we were able to get the tapestries displayed for the commission. It's not out that often each year because it takes a lot of work to get them displayed. We're working on setting up a way to be able to transport them around so other people can see them. Anyway, the commission encouraged us to apply for this recognition as a cultural resource. And I'd just like to, just in closing, just say that at the Wild and Scenic Film Festival, the premiere on Thursday, January 13th at 7, there's a documentary called A Radical Thread that sort of goes through the making of these tapestries. I've heard it's really, really good, and there's lots of people you'll recognize in the movie. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jen. Jen is the artist behind all the backgrounds for these various tapestries, and she's a very talented local artist. She's been working here for a long time, and I know from the community of the Ridge, we really appreciate having Jen and having her part of this project.
Thank you, Bruce. So I'm going to be describing the different tapestries that are here. I don't know if they're in the same sequence that I illustrated them originally, but this is the first one that we started with. And I believe that this one is it 10 feet long or 12 feet long? Do you remember?
Fall celebration.
Yeah, this is the fall celebration. So on the first tapestry, we were really just getting our feet wet. Many of the people that were on the project had worked with fiber arts, but they had never done any embroidery, especially not on this scale. I had been illustrating books and posters and different things, but I had never made giant drawings like this. I had to design a special board to be able to have a giant drawing on it. And so this particular one, I stitched 3 drawings together. And I believe that they stitched 3 panels of linen together. The colors of thread that we used were mimicking the Bayou tapestry. We were trying to keep it very similar to that inspiration source. It describes a gathering out on the San Juan Ridge that you have to park far away and then walk through the woods up to the top of this hill and join in a circle with multiple ceremonies that happen in that circle, and then a picnic and music at the bonfire and volleyball games later on. The bottom of the tapestry explains a different part of the story, and this is something that we took from the Bayou tapestry, that there was a main topic area that was large, and then there was a bottom border that explained specific events that were related to that main event. And so on this tapestry, it kind of follows through the day all the different things that are happening both within the circle and without the circle, the people that are getting prepared to do each next ceremony. The second tapestry was for the North Columbia Schoolhouse Cultural Center. This one was really important to do because the tapestries are designed to go all the way around the room inside the schoolhouse. So this particular one was designed to go between 2 windows, and there's a number of tapestries that are this length, and they fit between the windows that you can see on the tapestry up there, the building. And we wanted to explain the history of the cultural center, how it became a cultural center. And so on the bottom border, it shows the Coughlins and speaking with Kim Coughlin, and then volunteers working together to make the amphitheater, and then all the different kinds of events that happen at the cultural center are both on the bottom border and then on those flag banners that are in the center of the upper theme area. And on the far right, we have the Sierra Storytelling Festival, which is still one of the largest events that happen at the Cultural Center, bringing in, hundreds of people from all over the state and out of state.
Excuse me, Jen, I don't mean to interrupt. These are beautiful, but how many of these did you want to describe?
I want to describe 12. I can move more quickly.
Okay, yeah. I don't know that we have to, or you could pick out the most important ones that you want.
We want you to see all of them, so I'll go more quickly.
All right.
So this one is The Land Then and Now. Marcia wanted to describe a different vision of the gold rush area, and so we have on the far left what the land was like, how we envision it before the gold rush. And then the gold rush is described as this fiery cloud where everything is kind of thrown in the air. And then on the far right is what the land looks like now with the hydraulic mining and the diggings. And the bottom border has the plant and animal life before and after. There's the cattle drive, which features the Coughlin family. The cattle drive used to happen up and down Tyler Foote Road, and it was a fairly common occurrence to get marooned in the cows. We wanted to honor the Coughlins in our tapestries. Don't mine our water was one of the main ideas that we had. It was a struggle of the community to shut down the Siscon gold mine that was there on the San Juan Ridge and impacted the water in the wells for dozens of family and the school that's out there, that people lost their well water, and when the well water came back, it was poisoned. The building of Oak Tree School. This is another important moment in the history of our community out there. When I was illustrating this, I had the challenge of trying to show the whole process of building the school. So on the far right, it's like digging and setting piers, and on the left, you can see the raising of the buildings themselves. The school was burned down in 1977, and so you can see that on the bottom, and then it was rebuilt. The river is one of the main reasons why we live out here. It is an amazing resource, and Marcia had the fabulous idea of showing what the river looks like underwater. Also, they were pretty fed up with stitching people, so we got to stitch some fish and water and otters. The Blue Cradle is a community resource. It was built originally by Steve Sandfield, and his son with Jackie Ballon was the first baby that was in it. And then it got passed around on the ridge, and it's still being passed around. It's active today, and all the names of the babies that have ever slept in it are painted in that cradle and are framing around the outside of this tapestry on the blue. The volunteer fire department is central to our community. From the very, very beginning, when people moved out here, they knew that they needed to come together to help protect each other from wildfire and from escaped fires. And so they get to have a tapestry all to themselves. Homesteads and work parties. There's many different styles of homes on the San Juan Ridge, and we wanted to feature the different architectural styles and also the different lifestyles of people out there, from living in school buses and yurts to log cabins to all different kinds of wooden structures. Cob houses are in the far right. Arts and artisans. Many, many people who live on the San Juan Ridge are artists and artisans of some kind. We were not able to feature everybody, but we did our best to include as many different kinds of artists as possible. If you look closely at these tapestries, you can't really see it on this photo, it's too far away, but they're grouped with other people of their kind, whether they're a visual artist, a sculptor, a writer, a jeweler, a potter, metal worker, leather worker, all of these different kinds, musicians. Each are grouped in their own space with a color that unifies them. And the final tapestry is the forest, because the land is really what holds us all together here. The San Juan Ridge stretches from like the French Corral area all the way up past Cruz on Grade, and there's a gain in elevation, so that's like from, is that 15,000 feet elevation up to 3,500 feet elevation, thereabouts. So I tried to show that with, on the far left is the higher elevation going all the way down to the lower elevation. And on the other tapestries, we hadn't really shown winter or snow, and so Marcia requested that we focus on the nighttime and the winter.
Thank you. These are spectacular. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues for any comments or questions. And Sue, can we start with you?
Yeah, thank you both for coming. I think this is great. It took us a while to get us here, and I know it's a lot, and I think the Ridge is just such a special place. It is so unique and eclectic and talented. I mean, it has everything to offer there that a lot of people don't realize, and you really depicted it well in these. This is
you.
amazing. This is beautiful. So thank you for sharing with us. It does need to be in the landmark. I'm so glad that your commission did that. I think it's rare and just really special. I hope someday we could, there is an ability to have them up where we can all look at them on a scheduled basis, because the work in them is what's so incredible, and the people that actually put this all together. So your artwork is great. Thank you. Thank you for coming and bringing it and sharing with us all.
Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Yeah, they are truly spectacular. I'm sure the pictures don't do them justice, so I look forward to an opportunity to get to view them in person at some point. So thank you to the Landmark Commission for undertaking this important project and for getting the designation. So I wholeheartedly support it. Thanks.
Rob, any comments or questions?
We hope that this recognition will help the Tapestry, there's a Tapestry committee to raise the money to put together some kind of traveling exhibition that protects them. It's a big $60,000 ask, but we're working towards it. So the Tapestry people really appreciate this recognition.
Thank you. Rob?
Thanks for coming, and this is just so cool to see, and I'm looking forward to coming to the film and seeing more about the background, but this is really cool, and thanks for coming.
Hardy?
Yeah, I was blown away. What is the medium? Is it cloth with
It's linen,
linen
and I believe it's wool and cotton and some silk threads.
stitching?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And then they're actually inside the Columbia Schoolhouse right now?
No.
They're archived at the Historic Society.
Oh, they are? Okay.
For protection, and they only come out maybe 2 or 3 times a year.
Okay.
The schoolhouse is the custodian and in a sense, the owner of the tapestries.
Yeah, it's so cool. You go by Columbia Schoolhouse in the middle of the day on a weekend. I ride my bike up there a lot, but I'll cruise by and the doors are open. There's a whole community of people a long way from town, and I just love that area. So I commend you for, kind of telling their story and putting it in, putting it to memory here. So great work. Can't wait to see them when you put them out on display.
Yeah, we'll let you know when they come out again.
Yeah, let
it's
us
quite
know.
an event. Yeah.
And thanks to the Historical Committee and Commission too as well. You guys do a lot of work, and I just appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is spectacular work. Please do let us know when we can come view them. And I think it's high time that they're provided historical protection. So thank you for bringing them to us. And I would like to open it now to public comment, if anyone wants to make a public comment on this item. And Madam Clerk, do we have any phone calls on this?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment, and we come back to the board unless there's any further questions. I am going to call for a motion and a second to adopt the resolution to, let me find the language, to make this a Nevada County Historical Resource, number 25-01.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, Madam Clerk?
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes, wonderful. Thank you so very much for bringing this in. We look forward to seeing them in person, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to move on. We're running a little behind here, but we're going to move on to item number 43, to a letter of concern regarding the services of Pac Bell Telephone Company and AT&T. And Sue, I'm going to turn it over to you to introduce it, and then to turn it to Jeff, I believe.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. So this is just because we tend to have some challenging moments with our local phone service with AT&T. And as we've worked with constituents, we just feel this is something that we need to move forward. And Jeffrey, I'm going to let you just take off with and do an overview if you would.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chair Hook, Honorable Chair, members of the board. My name is Jeffrey Thorsby. I am your Chief of Staff. I'm excited to present this item to you. This is a letter of concern regarding the services of Pacific Bell Telephone Company, referred to as AT&T. And so what I'd like to do is just provide a little bit of background for the members of the public as well. Just as a little bit of a reference, on February 27th of last year, your board submitted a letter of comment in opposition to AT&T's request to remove its designation as a carrier of last resort and its obligations associated with tariff obligations associated with that. For just a quick background, carrier of last resort, that is landline telephone carriers who are required to serve upon request all customers within their designated service area. California has approximately 22 carriers of last resort, AT&T being one of the biggest. And this refers to POTS, P-O-T-S. That refers to plain old telephone service. Those are copper-based lines. Those are uniform set of minimum standards associated with those types of lines and regulations that do not extend to new technologies to provide similar services, such as wireline voice over internet protocol. It's also important to note that carrier of last resort obligations stem from a principle of universal service. This is a policy goal aimed at maintaining nationwide connectivity as an essential public utility, and plays a crucial role in sustaining equitable access to communication networks and infrastructure needs across all communities. Designation of telecommunications carrier of last resorts is required to build out, maintain, and operate necessary infrastructure to provide reliable telephone and increasingly broadband-based services to any customer upon request in its service territory. The responsibility is linked to the receipt of public funding and ratepayer subsidies to offset the financial burden of maintaining basic, essential services in high-cost and often rural areas. For your orientation, some of the following communities that carrier of last resort designation covers in the Nevada County includes Alta Sierra, Floreston, Grass Valley, Kingvale, Lake Wildwood, Lake of the Pines, Nevada City, North San Juan, Penn Valley, Rough and Ready, Soda Springs, and the town of Truckee. So in 2024, AT&T did submit the application to remove its designation. That was ultimately denied by the CPUC. AT&T also worked to sponsor Assembly Bill 2797 last year that would have relieved any provider of its carrier of last resort obligations under specified conditions. Following the rejection of AT&T's application and also the failure of that bill, AT&T has indicated its desire to move forward on legislative or regulatory efforts to continue that effort. And so it's important to note Supervisor Hooks brought this forward to proactively reach out to the governor, the CPUC president, and then also legislative leadership requesting their support to protect these obligations for our citizens. I also want to just give a shout out to Supervisor Hook and her leadership in your association, Rural County Representatives of California, RCRC. It's important to note RCRC has actually become a formal party in subsequent CPUC rulemaking to consider holistic changes to the Commission's carrier of last resort ruling. In addition, they've also established an ad hoc subcommittee to develop recommendations to the RCRC board. Supervisor Hook does sit on that ad hoc subcommittee. So that all being said, over the past year and before that, our office has continued to receive complaints from constituents regarding challenges of services with AT&T, as well as also receiving information that's incorrect and not being made aware of their rights for telephone services and landline services.
We also hear a lot from constituents regarding the concern that if they don't have landline service, they are unable to reach out or get emergency communication during emergencies. So with that, I'll go and turn it back over to Supervisor Hook, but ultimately requesting your board to approve a letter to then submit to legislative leadership. Supervisor Hook?
Oh, thank you, Jeff. That was a great overview. I mean, this is the issue. I mean, we talk about broadband, we talk about all these things that are important here, but really right now, reliability is in our copper landlines. And we see that especially through emergencies and situations that are happening. And I guess, again, it's the transparency and the misinformation that comes from AT&T and how people are talked out of their landlines and then are not allowed to have them established when the others doesn't work, correct? So we have some big challenges here, and I feel like the safety of our community is at risk by not having landlines. So I would appreciate all my colleagues looking at this and supporting this letter as we move forward.
Thank you. Thank you both for presenting this. This is very timely and very important. Turn to my colleagues for questions or comments. Lisa?
So no questions, but thank you for being proactive. I think the earlier we start on something like this, the more opportunity we have to partner up with other rural communities who are facing the same thing. And, you know, it's not just the small rural communities, it's actually rural communities in suburb, you know, in bigger areas that need to really be aware of this, because with everybody banding together, we can get more traction and make sure that the CPUC continues to require AT&T to provide the service that they have agreed to provide. So it's completely understand people's frustrations with dealing with large corporations, because oftentimes they are the only game in town. And so it's not like normal business. I'll just take my business elsewhere. That just doesn't exist in this opportunity. So I want to thank Sue for taking the lead in this, and anything that we can do to help support, please let us know. I know I live in the most urbanized district in the county, so I don't have a lot of people who have issues with the landline service, but I do occasionally hear it from some of my senior members in my district who they just don't have cell phones, they don't trust them, so they want to keep their landline, and I respect that, so thank you.
Hardy?
Yeah, thanks for bringing it forward. I have a lot of constituents that comment on this, and of the unincorporated areas of District 5, particularly up above District 4. You know, voice over IP, there is no connection there. And a lot of these, I don't know if, I'm sure we do remember, but a constituent standing in front of us kind of highlighting the lack of service when it came to responding to emergency situations and calling for EMS personnel, and that was really touching to me. But yeah, I think we need to do it, and we need to push as hard as we possibly can, because the corporate profit motive behind pulling copper out of our county does not buy it for me, and we need to have them represent our community and our rural areas. They've made money off of this area for years and years and years, and it's time to continue that infrastructure or provide an alternative. And there are alternatives out there. You could have satellite. There's other ways to do it, but they need to help us get there.
Rob?
Yeah, I've experienced this issue firsthand. AT&T is my provider, and I've literally experienced all the issues that were referenced here, from the customer service and what was held out, transparency issues. So I wholeheartedly support this. Thank you for bringing it, and I'll do everything I can to push it forward.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a major concern, and I believe it's back, if you said this, it's back with the CPUC to make the final decision, correct, Jeffrey?
Well, the decision, they're now looking at potential further recommendations of obligations. So the AT&T, currently their designation remains, but I think the CPUC is re-looking at this issue, and we also anticipate legislative and advocacy to change regulations on this, and so we're just trying to get ahead of it.
So I think this is, and we'll turn it over to public comment in a minute, but I'll just add, I want to also thank Sue for taking the lead on this. This is a major issue for all rural areas. It's really important that our voice gets heard, and I want to recommend that folks in the county also write their own letters. The more they hear from us, the better chance we have to change things. So thank you, Sue, for bringing that forward. I'm going to open up public comment. Does anyone wants to comment on this letter?
Hello. Hello, my name is Jezra. I live in District 2. AT&T is the carrier of last resort where I live. And they certainly do not provide any sort of internet access over that connection. It is voice only. When the river fire happened quite a few years ago and cell towers were down and everyone was getting evacuated onto Highway 49, because the cell towers were down, there was no connection to the outside world in my neighborhood other than through a telephone line. Cell phones simply don't work there. AT&T wants to get out of maintaining their copper network in Nevada County because it's not making them any more money. Anyone here who remembers when Nevada County had a 916 area code and a call to Sacramento was long distance will know how much money AT&T was pulling out of this county when everyone was using copper and everyone was getting charged long distance fees for calling as close by as Sacramento. Now I can call across the country and it's not even a long distance fee. For years, AT&T raked in profits, gave those profits as shareholder dividends, and did not reinvest in improving their network. And now we have the network that they've left with us, and it's garbage. So thank you very much, all of you, for holding AT&T accountable for being so sloppy and terrible.
Thank you. Great points you've made there. Any callers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Chair, we have one caller.
Okay, let's take it.
Hi, Board of Supervisors, Matthew Coulter calling. I live near the AT&T complex along Colfax Avenue, and just as far as neighbors go, they're just horrible neighbors. But my concern is that the fire department responds for electrical hazards every time AT&T wires fall down. Oftentimes they don't put them back, they don't remove them, they're just loose wires dangling from poles, you're laying on the ground, there's a big wad down at the base of a pole that I'm surprised cars haven't tangled up in on Henderson Street right now. It's been there for weeks. There needs to be more coordination, I think, between the county and AT&T and the amount of crap they're hanging on these old poles that are just stressing them out. It just makes them more susceptible to wind damage. I mean, they're hanging stuff up and coiling it and leaving it that isn't going anywhere, and leaving huge amounts of debris on the ground underneath their poles. And this ties into the tree cutting too. So basically AT&T has learned from PG&E what they can get away with, which is whatever they want. And we do nothing. And as I introduced myself to Kit when she first got here, I said, hi, I'm Matthew Coulter. We need to sue PG&E. And how many years has been that ago? 4 or 5. And still, we're just being abused by PG&E and AT&T, and we're the last in line because we sued him in 96, or actually 94, right? One in 96. Aaron Brockovich type case. So we are the last on the list. And you guys can't seem to get that through your minds. For PG&E, AT&T, we are, study other counties. We are the last on the list. So it's going to take some pushing by our elected representatives to keep us connected, which anytime you call the county, they just say, oh, just go online, just go online, just go online for everything. And that doesn't work, and as we well know. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments? Okay, we're going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. And unless there's any other questions or comments, I am looking for a motion and a second to approve the letter.
So just one comment, Heidi. I know we're talking about this, but I think our constituents need to know they can reach out to us, and we are keeping a list of these things. Because when you are called, you call in, they'll give you a number for a case number, right? You need to keep that case number because they just give you the jabberjaw, right? And let us know these things are happening so that we can reach out to our representatives. But, back at that, I'm just going to say, ironically, last year, CPUC hearing was going on. They had numerous opportunities to speak. We had staff that worked on it. I spoke. And we had cell towers all went down. And so they told you to call in with your complaint or your comments on a landline. So even then, it showed that they were, we're still we're dependent. We need those landlines. So I always thought that was so ironic. Use your landline, but we're trying to take them away from you. So anyway, I would like our constituents know that they can reach out to us with this, and maybe, there's ways to help them through that in the meantime, why they keep trying to take it away.
Right.
So thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to make a motion also, Sue?
I do, thank you. So moved.
Have a
I'll
second?
second.
All right, Madam Clerk?
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1.
Yes, thank you so much. Jeffrey, you're directed to send that letter. And again, I want to encourage folks out there listening to send their own letters. You can use this one as a model if you'd like. So thank you very much. Thanks, Sue, for bringing that forward. Okay, I have a call on my agenda here for a break. Let me just check in with my colleagues. Do you want a break or to keep going? A little break? You're good? Okay, that's great, since we're running a little behind. We'll just keep on going. So, on to item 44. Staff, I'm sorry, staff, are you okay without a break? Okay, okay. Item 44, presentation from Verizon Wireless on an overview of activities in Nevada County. And Jeffrey, you ready to jump right into this one?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chair Hall, honorable members of the board. Again, Jeff Thorsby, your Chief of Staff. So I'm honored to introduce an item, a presentation from Verizon Wireless on an overview of activities in Nevada County. For just a quick background, back in the summer, Nevada County heard an appeal related to a cell phone tower with Verizon Wireless. Those are multiple public hearings, but within that context, in those public hearings, the board requested for Verizon Wireless to come back and provide an overview presentation of their activities in general, so that the board could better understand their work and their goals and how they do those processes. So I'm excited to go ahead and introduce to you Real Estate Specialist Yvonne Pinto and Principal Engineer, Radio Frequency Engineer, Ihab Elaidi. And please correct me if I got any of those names wrong, but I just want to thank you here, and I'll go and turn it over to you. Thank you, Jeffrey, and good morning, supervisors and staff. I want to thank you for this opportunity to discuss the Verizon processes, identify challenges specific to the Nevada County, and answer any questions you may have regarding development of improved wireless infrastructure within Nevada County. As Jeffrey mentioned, my name is Yvonne Pinto, and my role isn't just as a real estate specialist, but I'm here to serve as the county's municipal engagement partner. That's also part of my role within the Northern California area for Verizon Wireless, is to serve as that partner to all the various counties. With me today is Ihab Elaidi, our radio frequency engineer assigned to network development improvements designed to meet the specific needs of Nevada County. Next slide, please. Why are more facilities and infrastructure needed in Nevada County? As you can see from the chart, we have had exponential growth in wireless usage across this country. The Verizon goal is to maintain and provide reliable service that can keep up with that growth, avoid gaps in service, while maintaining essential emergency services in the county. Americans use 100 trillion megabytes of wireless data in 2023. That's double what it was in 2021. And that use and that growth will only continue to increase as the number of devices, average number of devices per household increase along with it. So use is not just a per person. As you all probably know, we all have many devices. 38%, as Verizon is a leader in the industry, 38% of those connections are Verizon Wireless. As we see a decline in landline service that was just discussed, this has resulted in 80% of 911 calls originating from wireless devices. This growth and increased use are the reasons Verizon Wireless seeks to work with the county supervisors and the county staff collaboratively to meet the increasing wireless demand in the area. But I want to back up and determine, kind of give a background of how we determine where to focus. how to identify the areas to improve as that demand increases. This is where expert analysis for network design and ability to identify the gaps in service are crucial to maintaining a safe and healthy network. Expert analysis from radio frequency engineers like EHAB are essential. I will let EHAB explain further what it means to have a gap in service and how he has identified that for this county.
Thank you, Supervisors, for your time. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ihab Elaidi. I am an RF engineer for Verizon assigned to Nevada County. I have a bachelor's degree in computer engineering technology from the University of Houston. I've been in RF for the last 30 plus years. So thank you again. So we want to start with what's the service gap? Basically, to cover that, we have coverage and capacity. And let me talk about those, and I hope I don't oversimplify it. So imagine, for example, you have a sprinkler system for a lawn, and each sprinkler has a reach, a spray reach of a certain size. That is coverage. But out of the sprinkler, most of the water comes out a little closer than the edges. I'm sorry, that is capacity. So coverage, capacity. In a similar fashion with the network, with the cellular network, you have coverage and capacity. So with that, what covers those is low-band service and mid-band service. Low-band service has a further reach than the mid-band service, and that's what we consider our coverage layer. That's the farthest reach we can have. The bandwidth for that is less than the mid-band one, so that means less devices are covered. Then we go with the mid-band. Mid-band doesn't go as far as the low band, but it has tons of bandwidth, so it can cover many more devices. So that's really the difference between the two. Now, to get to the service gap, when you have, just like the water sprinkler, when you have sprinklers that are too far apart, you have an area that gets maybe a little water, no water, that's a service gap. The same thing with the cellular system. When you have two sites that are far enough apart, the area in the middle that is not covered necessarily or covered, weakly covered, that's a service gap. Also, there's terrain. If you have valleys and so on, they're blocking signal. So these are service gaps as well. So why must we why do we want to fill service gaps? The chart says it, basically. We can't make or receive calls. Call quality is compromised. Applications stop working. Internet connection stops as well, drops out, times out. Data speeds fall. Now, how do you identify service gaps? We have lots of tools, including drive tests. We do drive tests. Third parties do drive tests. User devices report their signal quality and signal levels as well to the network. We have network switch data that basically tells us if cell sites are getting their max capacity, they're not able to reach anymore, or if they're getting closer to that by KPIs, by numbers, basically, that it reaches capacity. Or just user complaints, complaining to Verizon or complaining to the FCC about lack of service. So I'm showing on the slide here a County of Nevada. This is our existing coverage. We have the low band and the mid band in different colors. And I'm just going to toggle back and forth a little between what we have now and what we're proposing. So there's additional coverage, and also to cover capacity as well. And I'm showing here is we're working on 12 different areas to try to serve customers in Nevada County. These are lists. And with that, I'll hand it back to Yvonne. Thank you for your time again.
Thank you, Ehab. As you can see here, we have various steps get to gaps in service. Once that service gap is confirmed, our engineers take the next step and create a project and work with Verizon Real Estate to determine step by step everything that is needed before we ever submit to the county. So what are those steps? First step, RF will issue what's called a search ring, geographic area where the site is needed to service that gap. Step 2, the Verizon real estate teams and their vendors will then analyze something that was mentioned earlier today, the local code, for our setback, zoning restrictions, preferences of siting, things of that nature. Step 3, both the real estate teams, radio frequency engineers, and our construction teams will then come together and go into the field for in-person search and drive of that search ring area. Because sometimes you can't see everything from a computer. You have to get on the ground and see the challenges and identify the best locations. Step 4, once all of that research is gathered, we review and analyze and determine the best location. To do this, Verizon teams will look at a number of different factors. Surrounding community and aesthetics of the area, whether it's rural, industrial, residential, or commercial. All while accounting for, as he had mentioned, elevation, topography, even view, which goes to the aesthetics, while still being able to maintain an efficient network that works to fill that gap area. Step 5, once this analysis and research is done, the real estate vendors will then begin contacting potential landlords. This is accomplished by phone, email, good old-fashioned certified mail, even knocking on doors. Having served previously, years ago, on the vendor side, I know exactly what they do to establish site locations. Step 6, Verizon as a team will look at and move forward with one location based on landlord responses and the best locations that meet all those criteria I mentioned previously. These first steps can take roughly 3 to 6 months, and so that depends on the challenges specific to the area. Step 7, the last one, even though it says finish line, it has various layers to that finish line. Verizon real estate teams will then look at securing leasing first with the landlords, permit, and all government approvals, which includes environmentals, things of that nature. This step's time frame, the last one, is the least predictable because challenges come up in various various ways. Normally, when you've got a primary candidate, you're looking at 1 to 2 years, depending on the challenges determined along the way. Things that can come up are title reviews that you don't expect, environmentals that come up with specific parcel. All of these fall into the challenge category. Next slide, please. We've reached let's go back a little bit to note, we reached step 6 on that step ladder. Now, we have a landlord. You can go forward. We have a landlord and a location, but before we submit to the jurisdiction, we do have to determine a best design. We look at height required for service based on the surrounding topography. We ask, can there be future co-location by additional wireless carriers? Because it's rare that we're going to find any jurisdiction, even Nevada County, that doesn't prefer one site versus 2. They want the carriers to all co-locate on a single location if they can. We design camouflage and screening to meet county code preferences. And also, lastly, a determining factor, the landlord will have approvals over the design proposed on because it's their property, and the location on their property. Next slide, please. Here are just a few examples of stealth tree designs proposed
or existing in Nevada County. Now, designs can be monopole. We've seen those in industrial locations, but much of Nevada County, as we all know, surrounded by trees, ridge lines, beautiful area. But this is also where people live and need the service, as we've also heard earlier today. In areas like Nevada County, the Verizon designs are generated to blend with the natural terrain and existing trees, but they still have to be tall enough to deliver service to the residents in the county and speak to the other existing sites in the network. Next slide. In summarization, Verizon Wireless is celebrating its 40th year of service in Northern California. We are looking forward to enhancing service in Nevada County to meet the expanding needs of residents, businesses, and visitors, not just now, but for decades to come. To achieve this goal, Verizon seeks to collaborate with Nevada County to integrate new sites responsibly and safely through pre-application meetings with planning, as well as meetings with supervisors to review locations and alternatives. Additionally, we have worked successfully with other California counties in providing input because they're seeking to update their codes as well. Verizon will likewise join Nevada County planning in providing that input for potential wireless code amendments to improve your internal reviews and processes that meet your needs. Thank you again for your time. This concludes our presentation. Both EHAB and I are available for any questions you may have regarding proposed service and the presentation at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne and Ehab. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to turn it to board questions and comments, but first I want to I should have previewed this, that the reason this is coming back is, if you remember last year, we had a specific Verizon tower come to us and we had to make a decision on a permit. But we had a lot of questions about the whole process, how Verizon plans, how we plan, where they're planning to go, and this is a chance for us to, before the next towers come to us to be permitted, to ask those kinds of questions about what they're planning and how they function. So let me turn it over. Anybody want to start with questions? Lisa?
So I just have one question. When you show the map of where we are currently and where you want to go with coverage, how many new towers does that translate to, approximately?
Well, roughly, I believe there's a slide that mentions where there are 12 areas.
12 areas,
Yeah.
but how many, I mean, some of these areas are huge, Dog Bar Road,
Well, right now, we only need one for the Dog Bar Road area, but it has to be situated within the ring, and I'll let Ehab explain further, so it talks to the other towers.
Yes, so these areas are what's covered by the upcoming sites. Now, they're in different stages of development, one searching and one hearing and so on. A site, depending on where it is, may cover part of one area and part of another area. So the goal is to cover the areas, not necessarily how many sites, number of sites they have. They could be more, or they could be less.
Okay.
But that's our plan, as opposed to if you have areas that you're looking for where you know that there's lack, we would like to know about them and see where we can do those.
So potentially 12, at a minimum 12, but potentially could be more than 12
Yes.
actual towers, okay?
Yes.
And then,
Or less.
Or less.
Okay.
Depending on landlords, depending on approval process and so on.
So if you were to build new cell towers, and there's an area on here that is not showing that it's covered, for example, there's nothing in Grass Valley, would adding these additional cell towers help the service in Grass Valley, even though you're not specifically calling out for that for new service or new towers?
Yes.
Okay. And then, can you go back to the slide where your steps process? So, and this is not a question, a comment. So when I look at this, the one thing that's glaringly left out, there's no public process. And I think that's why we ended up where we were with your cell tower hearing last year, and you will continue to have your secure permits and approval be more difficult without having any sort of public process. So I really would encourage you, when you're looking at, analyzing best locations and your on-the-ground search, that you work with our county staff on neighborhood concerns for where you want to locate a cell tower. Because if you go into it where everybody understands what's going on and you have more agreement from people, it makes your last step much more predictable.
Thank you. Ready?
Questions and comments, or just questions?
Either.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thanks for coming and presenting the information. I know you did a lot of work previously to bring our attention and understanding of the technical details to light, so I just wanted to thank you for doing that. The piece on the co-location, which I think came up originally, I just wanted to confirm, when you build a tower, you're not necessarily open to contractually co-locating competing companies like Sprint or others. When you talk about co-location as a preference, how does that actually work? Is a condition of your market kind of advantage?
I'll speak to it. So, yes, we build towers based on co-location. We always look for co-location because other towers do the same thing. AT&T and so on, when they build it, they build for co-location so we can jump on their tower. It's mutually beneficial.
And you would allow, for example, if you built Dog Bar, you would allow Sprint to lease. I think American Tower is kind of in that business.
Yeah, well, American Tower owns towers and then subleases a lot of times.
Do you do business with American Tower?
Yes, we do business with American Tower.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. And then highlighting Supervisor Swarthout, the piece for the outreach was my big kind of exclamation point, I think. It is about the outreach, and I think what happens is you may have supplanted some of your outreach effort onto the Board of Supervisors, and hence we had an appeal process come before us, and I would just recommend that vigorous outreach is probably going to help everybody in that process. It may still end up in appeal, but at least there's mutual understanding of what you're asking from the people. So that's just kind of my comment question piece. And then the other piece is, have you considered changes to your outreach strategy after the last application that came before us?
Well, right now, like for instance, you talk about outreach and working with staff ahead of time. Pre-application meetings are ways that can occur, where it's not just reliant upon the code prior to submittal. There's a pre-app meeting where you meet with staff. That could be done. And then staff can kind of identify the challenges ahead of time internally and kind of, recommend, okay, we think you should take, for instance, this informational session and bring it to, tailor it for that specific site and bring it to a community meeting. Or we can meet, just like working with the code. That's the other part of it, is working, meeting with, I believe we can meet with the supervisors 2 at a time to identify, especially if a site's planned in your district, we can do that as well prior to submittal. We've done that before in other counties.
Yeah, maybe a neighborhood walk and talk would be helpful as well. Okay. Some of the neighbors proposed next to the tower may not have access to that private property that you're proposing the site on. And then one quick question, I'll stop. Could you bring up the coverage map, please? Right there, yeah. So one of my disagreements with the previous material you submitted is that doesn't look like your marketing map. The marketing map, if you go onto Verizon's website and say, hey, where do I get cell coverage? It's all red. The whole county is red. And that disagreement was one of the pieces that I wanted to highlight because I think it's disingenuous. It doesn't tell our community what you're actually offering and what you're trying to build here. So I recommend before you come back or before an appeal ends up, at least in front of me, that those 2 support materials, the marketing collateral and your spectrum analysis, somewhat match. That's just my recommendation. I recognize that you said, hey, that's just marketing stuff. That's just marketing. That means something to, I think, the people that look at it on their computer screen.
If I may help explain a little bit. So different layers. RF has many layers. So
You have the outdoor coverage versus in-building versus in-vehicle, that changes. Some would do best-case scenario, some would do worst-case scenario. So this is a blend of what we can show in terms of the possibilities in coverage. That doesn't mean that the marketing map, there's no coverage in the marketing map. Most likely there is coverage, but that is a best-case scenario depending on capacity use and so on. That can change. So we're trying to put in our best foot forward.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, thank you. And in my final comment, Ms. Phelan had a really good point where she asked us to have a community process involved in the permissioning of these types of facilities. But I would kind of argue that the design review and the planning commission and the board's appeal is that process. So in that case, the outcome was in favor of the community and not the applicant. But I would argue from a county perspective, we have a process and it works because the outcome essentially ended in a certain way. That may change later in the future or different proposals may come forward with a different answer. But I would argue we have a good process. Thank you.
Before I go further, I'm going to turn to Kit. So I'd asked her to provide us a reminder that when we, and I know there's still time for more questions, don't worry, but that when we make decisions on land use issues, there is a slightly different parameter for making decisions on telecommunications projects. And so Kit, can you read to us that or explain that?
Yes, just in response to some of the public comments that have come in, et cetera, I just wanted the public to be aware and also the board. The law does strongly favor cell carriers in the construction of these towers. The Telecommunications Act of 1996 restricts the ability of local governments to deny those tower applications. Any denial has to be issued in writing based on local zoning regulations and cannot, by law, take health concerns about radio waves into account if the tower complies with federal guidelines, all the FCC rules. Additionally, the local agencies have to treat all carriers equally, cannot favor one over another. Perhaps also most importantly, local authorities cannot block construction of towers if doing so will result in the gaps of service that have been discussed here. Courts will frequently side with carriers because the law prioritizes right now the expanding wireless coverage over local control. So carriers basically have a legal framework to support the growth of telecommunications infrastructures.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. So I think we're held to a higher bar, and that's why working together up front is more important, especially with on these issues. So I'm going to turn it over to Sue if you have questions, comments.
Yeah, no questions. I love the idea, though, that we could have those conversations and maybe build those bridges in neighborhoods, because I think that's important, having that conversation. We saw that before, and I think that when somebody gets sidelined with that, all of a sudden they don't have time to sink it all in. And Kit makes some good points. And I would love if Verizon worked better at my house, even though I am an advocate for landlines. I'm not going to lie. I'm still, landlines are so important. But you have a few of these that are going to go up in my district, and I would love to get together just to be able to talk about where they are and how we could be of help with the advocacy. Because we do know broadband and wireless, all these things are the way of the world as it's coming. But in our topography, it is challenging, and where you're going to put them and how they're going to meet. I mean, we have 2 in Penn Valley, and I can't use it at my house. So I get that. And when you look at Black Oak and when you get over that hill, I mean, we have a lot of different areas that we're lacking. There are those spaces. So I get that. The fairgrounds. I mean, I would like to say Brunswick, we have a big one, and Brunswick has the worst service in Nevada County for cell service. It's crazy right there, and it's right there. So what you're talking about is where that sprinkler ends, and capacity, so it all makes sense. So this was really interesting. I love studying your gap. Everybody made the same comments that we all have. I think there's things that we should be able to do to work together because it is important to have service, right? Even though we need landlines. So thank you both for coming. I really appreciate it because I think that we can have a good partnership in how we work with staff. I think they do. I say staff looks at our ordinances and what our rules are, right? And they do what, it's not necessarily what we're going to see, what the neighbors are going to see. So I think those are some of the little places that really cause that gap. But anyway, really appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Look forward to having a meeting.
Rob, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I think most of my points have already been made, and I think nobody disputes the fact that there's a need and everybody relies on this. I think what we're talking about here really is just the process, and I won't repeat what's already been said, but it did strike me as well, that step chart. It really, the only time it seemed like the county and the community really got involved was in the last step after the final selection. And so just kind of the optics of feeling like there wasn't transparency and they didn't have a voice. So I think the suggestions that my colleagues have made would go a long way towards helping the community as well as county just feel more like they're involved in the process. Not that we can force you to do it, but it seems like that's a win for everybody. So thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Can you turn to the steps again to pull that slide up? That one, thank you. So, yeah, my question is, again, so our role is really trying to help move this along in ways we want to see it go before you make your selection, and then ensure that the public is well-informed. So I want to go to the contact potential landlords, and my memory may be faulty here, but as I recall, with the last tower that you brought, when we dug down into how many landlords had you contacted and they gotten back to you, it turned out to be, I think you contacted 4 people and only 1 person responded, and you stopped there and then went with that person. And so I would like to ask about that. Can you have a more robust, I think that's what we would like to see, if that's correct, we'd like to see a more robust ability to contact multiple landlords, spend more time finding out who, because it really, you end up being restricted to the person who says, okay, right? Which isn't necessarily always the best site for you, nor is it always the best site for the neighborhood. So can you talk a little bit about how you might deepen that step a little bit or make that a little more robust?
Yeah, absolutely. And dog bar is probably a good example of that. As everyone, I don't know how, I think you're all familiar with dog bar. Rob, I believe you're new to it, but you may also be familiar that most of the parcels are roughly the same size, a lot of residential homes on each of the parcels. It's a lot up and down that road. The makeup of the house to parcel ratio, the size of the parcels, all of them are roughly the same, give or take. So right now, when we talked about dog bar, there was a site ring that optimally delivered to the 2 sites that were exhausting, that were over here. That location. Now, expanding the site ring along dog bar, we could absolutely do that. But the makeup along that area will still contain the same topography, the same trees, the same residents, the same residential homes. There isn't an ideal, here's a great different location that we never approached. And that's the challenge with an area like dog bar, when you have to stay within a certain parameter to serve those 2 towers and fill the gap. And there's no different type of property to go to that would meet and be more in tune with what the supervisors are looking to approve, what the community would like to see, et cetera. That's the challenge we face, is to serve that gap, you have to go into that area.
Okay.
So for that one specifically, now obviously, yes, we regularly, when we have a site ring and all of a sudden just outside the site ring, and we always tell our vendors this, if there's something that's commercial that's just outside the sight ring, bring it to us. We always tell them that. We tell them about things like that. So we don't seek to, change the character of an area, if that makes sense.
Right, so I understand that, you have to stay in a certain
Yeah.
circumference, but within that circumference, for example, again, I don't know if this is the truth, but several of those landlords said, we weren't contacted, or we got one phone call. So do you have a policy? Do you try, can you say you will try 3 times to reach, or, to reach all those people in that circumference?
We do. It's, and some of the people who own the parcels, and I don't know, without going back to the details of Dog Bar, some of the people who own the parcels are low in the valley versus having a ridge line
Right.
like the Selection. So even if we went low in the valley, the height we would have to go to would be so overwhelming to most of the people in the area, they'd see it right away if they're along that road. So we try to balance all of the requirements that the county has under their code, the view shed, all of it. But yes, we can absolutely contact every resident within that site ring, even if it won't necessarily be the best design or the best location. But if that will help the supervisors in making their decision to have the list go, okay,
Yeah.
we can, absolutely.
Okay, I think that will, and I think you can be sort of put on notice that we will be
Yeah.
asking those kinds of questions
Okay.
as you come forward.
Yeah.
And then one final question or comment. It seems just blatantly obvious, but it was not to me originally. So I want to hear you say that this is true, that generally speaking, you need to be in the highest location or build a tower that is higher than everything else around you, more or less. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
it seems really obvious, but people are objecting to the fact that you can see it above trees, or you can see it above other homes, or that it's on a ridge line. But in fact, that is what you are going to be looking to do everywhere, right?
That's correct. This way antennas are above the tree line. Otherwise, they're shooting into the tree line and you lose coverage.
Okay, thank you. I just think that's important to state that clearly up front. I'm going to turn it over to public comment at this point, and then we can come back for additional questions. Any public comment on this?
I was absolutely not intending to speak on this, but it's a telecommunications issue that affects rural Nevada County. And as a rural resident of District 2, I thought I would talk about my experience with Verizon in Nevada County. I'm a Verizon subscriber. Verizon is always telling me I should be able to connect to the Verizon tower on top of Wolf Mountain, which is 1.9 miles, 3 degrees east of True North from where I live. I know exactly where it is because I tried to point my signal booster at it. Could get nothing. I cannot get signal from there. I'm a Verizon subscriber because Verizon is the only company that provides service where I live, cell service. And I get that connection from Alta Sierra. I have to point my signal booster to a tower that's 3 miles away in Alta Sierra because that's the only way I can get signal. When I'm on the ridge, the only way I can get signal from Verizon is from the tower on Oregon Peak in Yuba County, not from any tower that is in Nevada County. And that's basically it. If you can't see the tower, you're not going to get signal from it. And I would like to know if the Verizon telecommunications towers that are coming to Nevada County will include home internet service. If it's just going to be telecommunications service and not any sort of home internet service, I think that is doing an injustice to the people of Nevada County, especially the rural residents who need broadband internet service. There's this potential to provide service, and it's cheap. It's like $35, $40 a month. I see the advertisements for it all the time. Obviously, it's not available where I live, but hopefully if there's new towers, it will be made available, and that should absolutely be a priority, is to make sure that any new towers are capable of providing home internet service. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Is that something you can respond to in terms of whether there'll be internet or not?
That's the goal.
That's the goal of every site we have, is to
That's the goal.
eventually do that. Obviously, the sprinkler system, how far are we at the, is the customer at the edge of that coverage or within that area? Higher bandwidth requires us to be closer to the cell site.
Okay, thank you. Tom, go ahead.
Hi, Tom Durkin, District 4. I want to echo what the previous speaker just said. There is no internet service provided by Verizon that's useful. I mean, I've never been able to get it. I'm in an area that says they have excellent coverage. I don't. What Supervisor Bullock said about disingenuous, I think it's very disingenuous to say that I have excellent coverage when I don't. I have times when I can't make a phone call, and it's been a couple of times where it's been a medical emergency and I couldn't phone. My phone often doesn't ring. Voicemail is often a day late. I get a lot of drop calls. It's very hard to do my job at work from home. And I have to worry about fire if I can't get a fire notice because my phone's not working. I sympathize with people who complain about cell towers, but we need better service. And Verizon needs to dig in and provide service where they say they are, but they're not. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any phone calls?
Chair Hall, we have 3 callers.
Okay, let's bring them in.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello? Great. Jessica Pittaway, District 3. Referencing my previous email again, I just wanted to point out a couple of things. When Verizon makes presentations to us, they constantly use emergency calls and data use in the same sentence, basically. They're not the same issue. Emergency calls makes everyone feel that getting a tower in everyone's backyard is so important because obviously it is important. Data use and internet is still an issue that we need to get to our rural areas, but internet service is not emergency calls. I just wanted to also point out that the 3-year lead time in Verizon trying to figure out what sites they need and how many towers that are going to go up. I would like to remind the board and all of the members of our community that in 3 years, we will have other options to providing service in rural areas than just cellular towers. The FCC has approved, and T-Mobile and Starlink have moved forward with beginning the coverage, which they're then going to expand to any LTE phone. In their statement, Starlink and T-Mobile are going to supply service to 500,000 square miles of mobile dead zones in the first year, and then they're going to expand. So I just want to remind everyone not to be so nearsighted that Verizon's presentations to fill the gap. Verizon and cellular towers are not going to be the only solution. They're currently not the only solution, and they're not going to be the only solution. So to the previous speakers in the rural areas, hang tight, look to T-Mobile. There are other options that are going to be coming. Step 2 in Verizon's presentation, analyze local codes. That's what so many of us are saying. When we were at the Verizon hearing, Verizon made it very clear that local code was what they were following, and the only way to help public concern. Verizon hasn't done anything wrong. We're following the codes. The planning department passed it based on the codes. So this brings us to why it's so important that we do change the codes. Speaking about changing the codes, I would like to request a parcel size to be considered in the code changes, not just setbacks, but again, the amount of acreage. And that would eliminate people not in the area having to deal with a landlord private property decision to put a tower up, such as what happened to Kristen. I want to remind everyone that Verizon was so far ahead in their process, and the planning department was so far ahead in the process, that all of the residents that you heard from last year had no idea a tower was going up. I want to thank Lisa for the public process comment. I agree. I think that's going to be very important. Some kind of a public portal. What Verizon just counter-argued was the pre-application meetings that happens.
Okay, sorry, the comments are automatically cut off at 3 minutes. I'm sorry about that, but thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, let's bring in the next caller.
Thank you.
Hi, Matthew Coulter. I like the question about the height issue because, as you know, the tall pine trees are pretty much the tallest thing around. So to be able to overcome those, that means removing the trees. And as we remove our elder trees, we grow brush, create a higher fire danger. But I'd like to mention a specific tower in Brunswick that was put in, the fake tree, and how that, at its promotion, was going to save us all in Brunswick Basin. People literally under it can't use it and don't have connectivity. There's lots of plastic needles on the ground, and when the Planning Commission allowed that to go through and the City Council, I was in the meeting and it was amazing. They spent more time on picking out the color of the needles, the plastic needles on the tree, than they did for any questions about any of this stuff. And unfortunately, some of the property owners that rent space for the towers don't maintain their properties, like on Railroad Avenue, and it becomes like a dumping ground and a place for fires and all kinds of different things go on around the tower sites, which are shady. So please consider Starlink that's coming online. It's already being used widely in Ukraine for the war. That was a priority. And yeah, once again, these multi-billion-dollar corporations are calling the shots, and it's up to our elected representatives to push back and give the people what they want, not what the corporations want. Thank you.
I think we lost you. Thank you.
Chair Hall will bring on the final caller.
Thank you.
Hi, Renette Senham, former city council member and mayor. I would like to speak to the original 1984 Chevron doctrine decision that allowed the proliferation of antennas that gave deference ultimately to the FCC and other federal agencies to do so. I would actually hope that Verizon would take this into consideration, the most recent Supreme Court decision that shot this down, and that this would no longer allow an overreach of power and authority in our communities. I would think that Verizon would slow with their expansion, considering there will be a legal fight to bring back balance that was originally taken away and our constitutional rights and health and safety were no longer considered. They will be now in the future. And with that as well, I would hope that they would stop this unbridled expansion and understand that if they continue the proliferation, that they may, in the near future, be required to remove these towers because of the Chevron doctrine decision. And then I actually have a question for the Verizon reps, and that is, do you plan on or have you installed over-the-air reception devices known as OTARs, and what kind of public involvement or public notice is required for placements of these devices, if any? That's my question. Thank you.
Can you repeat the device, the name of the device you're talking about?
Sure. It's called over-the-air reception devices. They are called OTARs, and these are devices that are allowed to be put onto the buildings and homes or businesses of private property owners. Do we have such devices in Nevada County, or are there any plans? And if so, will there be public notice and public comment for these devices?
Okay, thank you for your comment. We will pose that to the providers when you're finished with your comment.
Thank you. I'm finished. Thank you so much.
Okay, is that something you've heard of?
Not very clear on the device, but we have similar devices that for reception. So when a customer does not have enough service, they install these devices to receive. So basically, it makes it able to communicate with the cell site.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a format for that necessarily.
Okay.
It sounds like what she's describing are personal requests for improved service at a single location versus what it comes within your purview of cell towers.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Any more callers?
No additional callers.
Any more public comment in the room? You can only comment once, I'm sorry, but thank you. All right, then I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. Go ahead if you have additional questions.
I just wanted to, one of the commenters talked about a different company coming in, right? But a lot of you use the same towers. Not everyone's putting up their individual towers. These are all subleases that go around, correct?
If the size of the tower allows it. If it's a 40-foot tower, it's difficult to co-locate, but if it's a 100-foot tower, yes.
Okay, but I'm just saying that.
And other companies are open to it as well, and we have many situations like that.
Okay, I just wanted to kind of clarify that. It's not like everyone's coming in and putting up their own towers to run cellular service. So that's, I guess, what I was getting at. I think
And
that's kind of important to.
Just a point of clarification, all carriers, Verizon included, when they come in, the first thing they look at when they identify a service gap area for their particular carrier is there a co-locatable tower? That's always first, above all else. We don't seek to build a new one unless that one's too short or there's problems with it.
Okay, yeah, that was just, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, any other additional questions or comments? No? Okay, so what I'm hearing is that several of us, Supervisor Hook and myself, would appreciate meetings with you before you come into our districts, and perhaps my other colleagues as well. So we hope you'll stay in touch with us proactively as we move forward. And at this point, I'm looking for a motion and a second simply to accept the presentation.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1.
Yes. Thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate it, and we look forward to continued collaboration with you. Thanks, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving back to the agenda, we have removed for consideration items 45 and 46. They will come back at a later date. And I'd like to turn to Madam Clerk and our CEO about whether we can squeeze this next presentation in right now. We are running late.
This is the board annual objectives
Yep.
update. Yes, we
Annual
are prepared, and we could do this presentation under 30 minutes.
Okay, is everybody okay? Do you need a quick break before, are you good pushing forward? Yeah, okay, all right, let's move forward. So this is a presentation on our 2024 Board Objectives Year-End Report. And, I see a whole bunch of people. Who am I turning this over to?
I'll go ahead and I'll introduce the item and then turn it over to Aaron Mettler, our Deputy CEO. This is an annual report to provide an update on all the policy objectives of the Board of Supervisors for 2024. This is also available to the public on the website underneath the Board of Supervisors webpage. All your policy objectives, we have connected performance measures and metrics that show how we're performing with each activity. And this discussion today and this report will help the board inform you at your board workshop next week when you will be deciding on your policy objectives for 2025. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Aaron Mettler, who will go ahead and kick off the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Allison. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Pleased to present this item before you today. We're going to start with just an overview. This is the end of 2024 objectives year-end report. And so really, it's a snapshot of the last 6 months of activity according to these objectives that were approved in 2024. As Allison mentioned, this plan is updated twice a year, so roughly July and roughly January. It's intended to be public-facing, available online, and intended to be your snapshot into the progress made towards fulfilling the objectives decided upon in January. We also use this report to spur community conversations. The report is available online, and we encourage the public to absorb the information in it and ask any questions that they may have. The board objective development process, you've seen this slide numerous times. You'll see it again next week. We really do appreciate the process that we have established that starts really in January and February with your annual board workshop, where we review the priorities of the board, have a discussion with staff around objectives we're able to accomplish and kind of our path forward for the upcoming budget cycle. The decisions and directions that are made in January and February really inform our budget process, which kicks off at the end of January and continues for the following 3 months before bringing forward a presentation of your upcoming fiscal year budget. So we're looking forward to budgeting for the objectives as stated, going through budget adoption, seeing how we can resource the objectives and the activities identified within each of them, come back to the board for approval in that framework. The 2024 board objectives you see before you on the screen, there are 8 different ones, and we have various members of your staff going to present quick updates on each of these. Again, encourage that you are able to read that report ahead of next week's board workshop. First one is mine, so fiscal stability and core services. Really overall, we're seeing at the end of quarter 4, we saw very positive indicators of stabilization. After the COVID bubble, we're looking at fairly stable revenues. Some are stabilizing out, specifically around property taxes and transfer taxes. We had that boom during COVID, and it has then dropped off, and now we're really seeing that level out. That's the graph that you see on the slide of property tax revenues. Transient occupancy taxes continue to grow. In 24-25, they were 12% higher than 23-24. We expect that to also level off. We don't expect a 12% growth each year, but definitely seeing an increase in that revenue stream. Other key indicators of overall county economic activity are mixed. Building permit revenues and recording fees are pretty static. Major operating funds ended the end of the fiscal year of 23-24 with mixed results. Some were higher, some were lower. But overall, again, we're seeing pretty stable fiscal growth. We do have this objective listed as caution because we have competing interests for resources, and basic increases in costs may exceed anticipated revenue growth to support them. We do look at planned use of fund balance, and we do consider that during the budget review process and make sure that that use of fund balance is planned, that it's sustainable over time, and that it's not indicating an over-reliance on that fund balance source. Our fiscal position is bolstered by healthy fund balances. We have robust fiscal policies and a long-range planning for known and anticipated significant projects. With that, I'll hand it off to Craig for emergency preparedness.
Good morning, Chair Hall and members of the board. Craig Griesbach, Interim Director of the Information General Services Agency. Through your board's leadership, you've been investing in over a decade in the emergency preparedness objective, and we continue to lead the region in emergency preparedness overall. Over this last year, this has really been shown through our engagement efforts by completing over 140 direct community engagement events, countywide mailings, directly working with our media partners to increase our reach. In alignment with the Year of Our Youth, we've been engaging our youth and young families in emergency preparedness by facilitating our first ever youth intern program and working directly more with our schools. We're recognized as key supporters of our partners' success by recognizing, as it's recognized in our partnership award with CAL FIRE, and establishing a first ever Good Neighbor agreement with the National Forest Service. We kicked off our project implementation of several landscape level fuel mitigation projects that are scattered throughout our entire community. Responded to several wildfire events in partnership with our cities and town. We offered a menu of green waste resources, including green waste drop-off days, and really the first of its kind, a Firewire's partnership bin program, removing over 3,000 tons of material. We pulled down an additional $3 million in grant resources for 5 different projects, supporting both wildfire and climate resilience. We completed a majority of our aspects for the Roadmap to Resilient Strategic Planning efforts. That included the adoption that was presented to your board with Local Hazard Mitigation Plan and our evacuation study. And finally, really being innovative with everything that we're doing and launching programs like our biomass pilot project, our livestock fuel mitigation project in partnership with RCD, really to add the diversity of our approach and mitigating all the threats that we face. With that, I will hand it back off to Tricia Tillison.
Thank you, Craig, and good morning, Board. Tricia Tillotson, I'm your Community Development Agency Director. And regarding the Economic Development Board objective, many individuals and organizations have worked with our Economic Development Program Manager, Kimberly Parker, over the past 6 months, and we've seen significant progress, including the following 5 highlights. First, after a comprehensive process, the 2-year Economic Development Action Plan was adopted by the board in March. Since then, 12 economic partners have worked together. They have selected 75 strategies to work on, and they plan on completing those in 2 years. Second, there has been considerable business engagement over the past 6 months. The Sierra Business Council, for example, has worked with 270 different Nevada County businesses. They've also helped with 75 workshops. And in addition, Kimberly met with about 25 businesses per month, guiding them to county resources and providing a connection to community, state, and federal resources. Third, our cannabis division awarded 106 equity grants from the governor's Go Biz Equity Grant Program. Fourth, we worked with youth, including participating on Trades Day, where about 376 high school students interacted with 36 business owners regarding career paths in the trades. And in addition to economic development helping with that, we had our building department, public works, and the sheriff's department as well. And lastly, regarding tourism, our gonevadacounty.com site was improved, and between July and December, we saw over 32,000 users visiting the site. Facebook, we had over 105,000 hits, and our search engine optimization, which is how people find the site, increased by 99%. So with that, now back to Craig.
All right, your broadband objective. We continue to pave the way for rural county connectivity, although that continues to be a challenge, as your board has seen at this meeting today. Over this past year, we supported and maintained our adopted Dig Once policy and budget, really supporting Dig Once project opportunities, advocating for funding that resulted in 2 federal funding account, or FFA, awards totaling over $14 million for 2 local vendors that will really provide connectivity for hundreds of residents in both western and eastern counties. Developed a comprehensive broadband map in partnership with the Sierra Business Council, consolidating all last mile grant projects. Continued to mature our online permitting tools that assist in the navigation of permitting broadband infrastructure. Supported digital equity through our engagement of the community regarding affordable internet service offerings, including partnership with Sierra College and the Interfaith Food Ministry. We enrolled 93 families in the Affordable Connectivity Program. We supported SBC in the application of grant funding for digital equity for further support digital literacy. And last but not least, we solicited applications for round 3 of the Last Mile Grant Program, including recommendation for funding of proposals that will be presented at your board next month. With that, I will hand it off to Ryan Groover.
Hello, Chair Hall, members of the board. Ryan Groover, your Health and Human Services Agency Director. So happy to talk to you about progress on the Housing Board objective today. So we continue to make substantial progress on this objective after nearly a decade of having it be a key board priority, and despite the recent retirement of our longtime Housing and Community Development Director. So up on the slide, you'll see a picture of the ranch house, and that's our first bullet, a project that certainly has had its share of challenges, but very pleased to note that we're nearing completion of that project that will bring 6 units of permanent supportive housing, so treatment housing and individual units, that is on the cusp of opening. So after several delays and challenges, I'm very excited about that, and our staff has been engaging with the neighborhood as we move towards moving people into those units. Next bullet on this slide, so we've continued to work towards owner-occupied housing construction, so working with the Housing Trust Fund and permanent local housing allocation, partnered with Habitat for Humanity, so it was very rewarding to get to go to a ribbon cutting and watch a family that had helped construct their own home move in Grass Valley earlier this year, continuing down that path. And then we are a county that doesn't have a housing authority, and so to construct low-income housing using tax credits, we partner with the Regional Housing Authority, of which 2 of you are on the board, and I'm very pleased that we have 2 projects coming, Lone Oak Phase 2 and Pacific Crest Commons. Earlier today, the board approved county investment in Pacific Crest Commons to help that get over the finish line, but both of those projects have been preliminarily funded and will be moving forward. And so excited to look at the next round of those.
And then we've also received a MORE grant, which is a competitive grant that allows us to complete mobile home rehabilitation and help people stay in that level of affordable housing. And then also we have a renovation of 6 units of housing at Empire Mine Courtyards, formerly the Coach and 4 Motel, that will be moving forward on Badger Lane based on a competitive grant. So this is just a snapshot of all the housing activity, and I will turn it over to myself to talk about homelessness as well. So just moving quickly here. So very pleased that the Commons Resource Center is moving forward quickly at this point. That's a long-standing goal of the Board of Supervisors to have a day resource navigation center available, and so able to procure a building and in the midst of renovations, and that should be currently aiming to have that open by mid-June. And that'll be great to have that going. We are one of the first counties moving on in the bullets to receive competitive behavioral health bridge housing funding. So partnering with Hospitality House, stood up 30 units of transitional housing over 3 years, and we were successful in achieving a competitive grant to further expand that and including some construction projects. We're also moving forward with sustainable programs such as the Enhanced Care Management Team. The original version of the home team was an innovative project. We've further innovated by leaning into CalAIM to bring sustainable funding to our street outreach teams. That program's up and running, serving north of 140 individuals at any given time. We continue with the campaign to end veterans homelessness. We've housed many more veterans than were homeless at the time we started that campaign, and thankfully we're finding out about more that are coming out of the woodwork and engaging in services to be housed, and we're looking forward to future progress on that as well. We received competitive encampment resolution funds focusing on the Brunswick Basin to help address encampments, move people into housing, clean up those encampments. We'll be talking more about that at the board workshop next week. And then the board has repeatedly over the years prioritized winter sheltering for people experiencing homelessness. So pleased we took the direction from the board last year to refine our processes. We have winter shelter ready to go in North San Juan and Nevada City. Truckee, we've struggled in a way we'll talk more about at the board workshop, but we have contingency plans that we're implementing and working on long-term solutions for Truckee as well. But we've struggled to find a provider and a location for winter sheltering in Truckee. So that's homelessness.
All right, on to recreation. So as part of the Recreation Board objective this past year, the board adopted the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan and received a Best in Category Parks and Recreation Award from NACO for collaborative solutions for the visitor safety and outdoor recreation and for efforts of the South Yuba River Public Safety Cohort and their educational campaign. In addition, implementation has begun in alignment with the 8 big moves shown here from the master plan, and highlights include securing a $106,000 fish and wildlife boating access grant for a Truckee River project, raising $125,000 for youth mental health via the Heart of Gold race, engaging Barry Land Trust for a $140,000 wayfinding project, closing out and completing the outdoor visitor safety funds, thanks to Shavati and the whole team working on that, supporting the Yuba River visitor safety and recreation through the summer with public service announcement campaigns, contracting with the Barry Land Trust for a shared recreation coordinator, starting the trail connectivity and micro-mobility project with an air quality grant, and lastly, creating and ordering outreach and education materials to support recreation safety, stewardship, and economic development, just to name a few of the accomplishments. Next, we'll move into climate. So with the climate board objective, and over the course of 2024, Nevada County and our partners were able to pull down over $14 million in funding for projects, including $10 million for upgrading the Veterans Hall and enhancing senior services, ensuring support for both our most vulnerable populations and the community as a whole during emergency events. Excuse me, $700,000 for zero-emission vehicles, including zero-emission buses and charging stations. That'll help us comply with state and federal requirements. $650,000 through a regional resilience grant program. This is for a climate action and adaptation plan that'll help us bring in even more funds. Also, it'll help us establish a Western County Climate Collaborative, supporting continued operations of the Climate Transformation Alliance on the eastern side of the county, supporting local organizations, and increasing capacity for the Nisenan tribe.
Regarding the plan, a contract is planned to come to the board in February, includes baseline inventories of community-wide and county facility greenhouse gas emissions that were completed at no cost to the county through services of Sierra Nevada Energy Watch. We'll also touch on this at the board workshop next week. We also received $182,000 for implementation of Senate Bill 1383 regarding organics. $500,000 for agriculture and working landscape conservation planning, $125,000 for a drought resilience plan and establishing a task force working with NID and our other utility providers. And we also completed an impact assessment study with Pioneer Community Energy, which identifies the path forward for expansion into unincorporated Nevada County so that we might possibly join Grass Valley and Nevada City, who have already joined. Few more here. We also hosted the 3rd annual Nevada County Sustainability Summit with Secretary of Natural Resources Wade Crowfoot as well as the keynote speaker, and we had over 150 attendees. And lastly, we secured another year with a Civic Spark Fellow funded by AmeriCorps to increase staff capacity at very little cost to the county. So we're pleased to have Beth Taylor work closely with Mandy Stewart, our primary person working on climate. So with that, back to Erin.
Thanks for that brief presentation. We're now available for questions and any discussion you might have.
Well done, you guys. Kept it very succinct. Thank you so much. I'm turning it over to my colleagues. Again, this is a setup so that we have this summary before we go into the workshop next week, where we'll really be focusing on 2025, but it's important that we know where our baseline is. Any questions? Rob, start with you. No? Comments? Hardy?
Okay, thank you so much. I really enjoy this report, and I read it every time. It's a lot of information. I've been a kind of a supporter of this format. I really like it, the dashboard and the green, yellow, and red. I'm kind of starting in reverse on my notes, and forgive me, I'll try and be as quick as I can, but I think it's key for community transparency to have this published and bring attention to it. So I know we don't want to spend a lot of time, but I do think it's a great measure for us to understand how we're doing. On the recreation piece, I just wanted to commend everybody for working through that. That was a new board objective that we started a couple years back, and it was incredible what we've gotten done. I think there's more to do, and I think we also have some of our communities are going to be, we have some real opportunities in front of us with bridges, infrastructure projects that interface with river crossings and things like that. So I'm looking forward to see where that's going. On the climate resilience side, I just wanted to put a big punctuation mark by that grant funding, because that really is enhancing our facilities that we own. We'd be spending general funds if we were maintaining those ourselves, but we're not. We're getting grant funding, and that initiative helps us do it. And I think the Climate Action Plan kind of setting us up for future grant funding as well there, so job well done. On the homelessness side, I know Ryan and I have worked on the Truckee Tahoe Homeless Advisory Committee for a while, but I just wanted to highlight, we just don't have any, we have a drastic lack of infrastructure in Eastern County to support homelessness. So we don't necessarily have a permanent warming shelter. We don't have a day orientation center. We don't have, we're working toward that, but we just need to keep our foot on the gas pedal as we get infrastructure built countywide. East County needs a lot of help there. And Ryan's working diligently on it. We're working with our partners in Truckee. And as we know, it's one of those community pieces where not everybody wants something associated or affiliated with their neighborhood. So we have to be open to working through those really tough conversations. But thank you, Ryan, to your team for working toward that and working at this grant. Just a quick question. I know we're going to hit this again in the strategic workshop, but on the economic development side, I think at one point we talked about having kind of a toolkit available to discuss tax breaks, tax incentives to bring businesses in. I haven't seen anything on that. Is there something that's out there?
We will be discussing that at the board workshop and providing a bunch of information on that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it. And then on the roadside vegetation, I think there was like a flat red line in the report for kind of miles treated. But I was just going to highlight, and correct me, Craig, but some of that grant funding is really long, and it kind of takes a while to get the grant funding, and then because I know we have grant funds out there to do roadside vegetation, but just curious on that.
Yeah, Supervisor Bullock,
there's a wide variety of funding resources and who takes lead in those various areas. We work closely with the Department of Public Works on their publicly maintained roadways, and you're going to receive an in-depth update and overview of this at the board workshop as well.
Okay, awesome, thanks. And then on the financial stability and core services, I think we spent a lot of time talking about it, but I think after the end of the year, having gone through that process and gone through a lot of those pieces, I think the RSC process needs to be looked closely at. I think it needs some adjustment, changes, modifications. It felt like some of our staffing changes are slow. I think it's hard on departments when we're understaffed, and I think we need to look closely at that process and try and bring forward some solutions. So I know we saw we have green things in that financial stability and core services, but I think that's a yellow or a red for the RSC process. And then I would just mention the one chart that's missing is the salaries and benefits as a ratio of total budget, and we have dropped significantly since 2011. It's been a steady decline. So the staffing levels, the amount of staff available per the budgeted dollar is less than it's ever been, in my opinion, looking at those graphs and sitting through the budget subcommittee last year. So I think we're in a healthy position. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're under budget for salaries and benefits as depicted in this report for the last 3 years.
Right, because we budget for full staffing and we do have vacancies in various departments, some more than others.
Okay. Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you. Great report.
Okay, no more questions or comments. Turn it over to public comment. And Madam Clerk, do we have callers?
Chair Hall, we do have one caller.
Okay, let's take it.
Thank you.
Hi, Board of Soups. This is Matthew Coulter. I've been going to your workshops for a number of years now, and I enjoy them. There's lots of good information there, lots of good speakers. But I'm hoping for some action. As we talk about these things, the Navigation Center, for example, I was over there on the weekend taking pictures, the amount of dust blowing off the site, dry dust into big clouds, the lack of wattles around the construction site, that if it does rain, the mud will run off, the amount of people laying on the property in all different states of disrepair, and the amount of trash. And this ties directly into the camps behind CVS and up on Old Tunnel. And they are currently under the Banner Bridge right now. So when we talk about homelessness, housing, we're not going to have a place to build the Taj Mahal because we're going to burn. And there's been repeated fires daily by homeless individuals. And okay, we're out of the fire season supposedly right now, but as we see what can happen anywhere, it dictates by terrain and wind. So it really doesn't matter what time of year it is, we are at risk. So as we build the Taj Mahal, and one of my questions was, what is the cost of the ranch house now that it's finished and people are going to move in for 6 units? I'd love to know the final cost of that project because it's been pretty crazy. And the Coach and 4 needs more management, really, really bad, because it's like a lot of drugs and alcohol, and it's just not a good environment for folks. A lot of calls there for the police. And then in Truckee, there's just like 1 or 2 individuals that take up literally 80% of the homeless calls. So I know one of them is getting help right now. Another one is 4 or 5 calls a day sometimes. And that's NCSO, not Truckee Police. They probably get calls too. So we're spending the money one way or another, but the way we're spending it isn't helping currently. So we really need to step it up and get a place for people to go. So when the police do say you need to move, there's a place for them to go versus the next doorway over or the next shopping center that we're losing business after business for one reason or another. But I can't help but to think it's not about people camping in their doorways and crapping in their doorways that keeps people from wanting to go shop at different businesses in the Brunswick Basin, particularly Sutton Way, particularly. It's needs some help really, really bad from the elected officials. You guys are putting millions of dollars into this. And in the meantime, everyone's got to suffer just the downfall of the entire neighborhood and the amount of trash on the ground and stuff. It's just outrageous.
Thanks for your comment. Anyone else in the boardroom? Okay, we'll close public comment. Thank you so much. What a tremendous amount of work that was done last year. You guys have done a great job. Thank you for the great presentation. And we'll look forward to deeper discussions on all of this next week. Okay, so we are now, what we're going to do next is we're going to take our belated break very quickly, and then we're going to go into closed session, and then we're going to have lunch, and then we will be back here at 1:30 for our 1:30 item. But I am going to ask Kit to read us out, and we'll take quick public comment on the closed session before we walk away. Kit?
Thank you, Chair Hall. We have two closed session items. One is related to the purpose to discuss bargaining authority as laid out in the agenda. The other one is County Council is requesting a closed session to discuss the following existing litigation, which is the County of Nevada versus the Pacific Gas and Electric Company, and that is a CPUC administrative process.
Thank you. Are there any public comment on those items? Any callers?
Chair Hall, we are screening a caller right now. If we could give it just a few seconds.
Thank you. Can you stay seated for a minute?
We do have a caller for closed sessions.
Okay, thanks. Let's take it.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Matthew Coulter. Yeah, the sound's been kind of in and out. I missed the price of the ranch house to have my question answered on that. And I just find it interesting how my questions are never answered, but Renette's question was answered multiple times.
Matthew, we can get back to you with that.
What's going on?
We can get back to you with an answer to that. Do you have a comment on the, do you have a comment on the closed session?
That's at least something. Yes, I do. I think it's sad that we spend so much money fighting lawsuits in Nevada County, and some of the folks that are suing us and the folks that have sued me and used the money for just padding, you know, and like job security. So the phone was cut off, so I didn't get to hear who's currently suing us, but it seems to be every 2 weeks or somebody. Thanks a lot. Have a good closed session. See you at 1:30.
Thank you.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help. So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags
We would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you. Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is
from the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information.
That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the code red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge.
one who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon. The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated. I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone
does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spencerville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there. And it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home, so when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take. The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the board meeting. What a nice full chambers we have this afternoon. That's fantastic. Before we start with our afternoon item, I'm going to ask County Council to please read us in or out?
Out of closed session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Hall. Regarding the two closed session items that are listed on the agenda, on both, information was provided to the board and direction was given to staff.
Thank you. And we are here this afternoon for a public hearing to consider the Nevada County Planning Commission's October 24, 2024, 4-0 against 1 vacancy vote, recommending the adoption of an ordinance to add section 12.03.310 to the Nevada County Code Title 12 zoning regulations to establish health and safety standards, certification requirements, site development standards, and design requirements that would allow for tiny homes on wheels as single-family dwellings, second dwellings, and dwelling groups consistent with allowed density and accessory dwelling units within those zoning districts that would otherwise allow traditional built housing. So if you're here, I hope that's what you're here for, because that's what we're going to talk about. And I'm going to turn it over to Brian Voss. And Brian, as you get started, would you mind clarifying exactly what we're discussing today as with regard to tiny homes on wheels versus RVs and other such
Sure. Yes.
structures?
Thank you, Chair Hall. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Correct, this item before you today is a ordinance amendment to potentially allow tiny homes on wheels that we will define as part of our presentation. It is very specific to a certain type of structure. Currently, the draft ordinance that is before you for your consideration and was before the Planning Commission and circulated for public comment does not include all types of trailers or RVs. It is what we're defining as a tiny home on wheel, very similar to the picture that is on the screen. And it's limited to those types of structures that have a number of requirements for connections to utilities, design requirements, and other density requirements that we'll go over with our presentation. And Tyler Barrington, our principal planner, will be discussing the details of the specifics of the ordinance. I'll turn it over to Tyler.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, members of the board. Tyler Barrington, Principal Planner for the record. As Brian mentioned, this item before you today is a proposed ordinance to allow for tiny homes on wheels. This item was initiated back in the 2024 board workshop, and it was directed to the planning department to look at allowing for an ordinance for tiny homes on wheels, similar to other ordinances that have been recently passed in other counties, such as Placer County, Mendocino County, Humboldt County, and some other cities. The board direction was to identify alternative housing types to support housing development, looking at reducing development costs, increasing housing supply, and providing regulatory flexibility. In addition to this direction, the board also directed the Community Development Agency to allow for limited density or recreate the limited density owner-built rural dwellings ordinance, which was passed on consent this morning, to look at submitting our pro-housing designation application, which was submitted on December 13th. And then also additional direction was provided by the board at the workshop on 2024 to look at alternative housing types beyond the tiny homes on wheels. This was brought to the board in March as a part of the housing charter with a end date of fall 2025. So that direction was received previously. So based on the direction of the board, we did look at other models that were out there and crafted an ordinance similar to those other counties. So generally, tiny homes are required to comply with the standards of and approved as, or generally homes themselves are approved as one of the following types of structures of occupancy. It's either a California residential code or a building code home. This would be a tiny home on a foundation. It could be a HUD or HCD code manufactured home. So the county does allow for manufactured homes in all areas where you allow for single family dwellings on a permanent foundation. It could be factory built housing, or it could be a recreational vehicle or a park trailer. And I'm putting that as proposed is our ordinance is borrows from the state regulations related to park trailers, but it's its own unique ordinance and our own unique definition. So typically, unless allowed by local ordinance, RVs or park trailers are generally must be occupied within mobile home parks or special occupancy parks permitted by the Department of Housing and Community Development. The 2016 white paper issued by the HCD did outline that if a local ordinance allows for these types of units, then that was up to that jurisdiction. So there's three types of units in the picture above. The two on the left are considered recreational vehicles, and the one on the right is generally defined as a park trailer and is synonymous for the most part with what is being proposed today. RVs are typically registered and sold in the state of California, are required to carry a permanently affixed insignia from the manufacturer or a third-party inspector, including the ANSI or the National Fire Protection Agency certification, and that's a requirement for our tiny homes on wheels as a part of this ordinance. Regarding the definition, I'd like to read that into the record, is a tiny home on wheels per the Nevada County ordinance is a separate, independent dwelling unit for one or more persons that is no larger than 400 gross square feet, excluding the loft area space as defined by California Health and Safety Code Section 18033, and includes basic functional areas that support normal daily routines, including a bathroom, a kitchen, a sleeping area, is built upon a single chassis and mounted on wheels and cannot move under its own power. It is titled and registered by the Department of Motor Vehicles. The ordinance before you today requires that tiny homes on wheels be treated as dwelling units similar to other single-family dwellings or accessory dwelling units in Nevada County. They must be consistent with underlying density. A good example would be if you have an Ag 5 zone and you have 5 acres, you're allowed to have one single-family dwelling and one accessory dwelling unit. And the way the ordinance is crafted is you could have both of those as a tiny homes on wheels. This is similar to Placer County's ordinance, which we use as a guide. One of the kind of standalone things that the planning department, and it was pushed forward by the planning commission, is we're looking at allowing either a primary unit, a second dwelling unit, consistent with density, which is a unique county thing, an accessory dwelling unit or a dwelling group. And this ordinance would open up dwelling groups in the R2 zoning district, which allows for up to 6 units per acre. These must be consistent with all site development standards, including setbacks, impervious surface coverages, and they must be consistent with the health and safety standards outlined in the ordinance, and then consistent with the tiny homes on wheels design standards, which I'll speak to in future slides. Regarding health and safety, as I previously mentioned, these do require DMV registration. They require the ANSI and/or National Fire Protection Agency certification. Tiny homes on wheels, much like a single-family home, is required to meet fire-safe driveway standards. Wind and snow loads are applicable for tiny homes on wheels. There is a requirement that the unit be insulated with R13 in the walls and R19, I believe, in the wall, in the ceiling and the floor. And then the utility connections and inspections are required by the building department. These units will be built off-site and be treated similar to a manufactured home by the building department. But the building department, environmental health, will inspect water supply, septic systems, electrical connections, the foundation and anchoring system, and then, of course, the grading for the driveways. Regarding design standards, these are unique somewhat to Nevada County, but also similar to what is proposed and approved by other agencies. And they would exclude all of those units that you see on the right. One of which is it cannot move under its own power. The materials for the exterior walls shall include a material traditionally used for residential development. And I have a little note that the Planning Commission did add back in, and I'll cover this later, metal siding as an allowed siding type for tiny homes on wheels. The windows shall be double paned and include trim and other design features to mimic a building. The undercarriage shall be concealed from view by screening that is solid and fixed at all times. And then the construction type needs to be a minimum of 2x4 construction on 16-inch centers, and I mentioned the insulation requirements. Typically, those units you see on the right would not meet those specifications. Some additional requirements, similar to in 2019 when the Board of Supervisors adopted a new accessory dwelling unit ordinance. This ordinance prohibits the short-term rental of a tiny homes on wheels and requires that it's rented for long-term use only. It does allow for accessory structures such as decks, porches, sheds, and gazebos, and ramadas. Ramadas are typically like a carport structure. And the reason for allowing ramadas relates primarily to snow load. So it's possible that your tiny home on wheels may not meet snow load requirements, but we would allow for an engineered ramada in areas. And as you can imagine, if you're trying to build and live in one of these in Soda Springs, you're going to have a much larger snow load requirement than if you're going to build it in Penn Valley. All tiny homes on wheels in a high or very high fire zone or beyond a dead-end road limit are required to prepare a fire protection plan with the local fire district and or the county fire prevention planner. This is also a requirement for accessory dwelling units in Nevada County. So your Planning Commission did provide some recommendations that were changed as a result of their direction. These included removing the requirement for screening of ground mount equipment, and the Planning Commission's direction was that's not required of a traditional single-family home or accessory dwelling unit, and so it shouldn't be required of a tiny homes on wheels. They changed the compaction requirements to meet the standard of 4 inches of aggregate base versus 6, which the ordinance was somewhat of a typo because that's what's required. I'll note that in other counties, they do require a paved surface for parking tiny homes on wheels, but because we're a rural county, in meeting with the building department prior to finalizing the ordinance, they recommended that compacted gravel would be sufficient. I mentioned the siding previously, and then the Planning Commission requested that we put specific language related to the applicability of the building department's off-grid program, and that to allow for tiny homes on wheels to be connected off-grid regardless of their location, regardless of whether they had availability of PG&E or another power source. Other recommendations were related to direction regarding allowing for temporary septic systems for tiny homes on wheels, and then to continue to look at alternative housing and grouping of units. I'll mention the allowance for doing dwelling group. So a good analogy would be if you had Ag 20 zoning and you had 100 acres, you'd have the ability to have 5 tiny homes on wheels plus an accessory dwelling unit. That does require a permit through the planning department, use permit typically. So that's already kind of covered. Regarding temporary septic, EH did look at this, and it would require an amendment to their local area management plan or their LAMP and some other specific recommendations. And therefore, it may not be appropriate at this time for tiny homes on wheels, but maybe something that we could look at as a part of future direction related to alternative housing. Prior to making a recommendation, I'd just like to point out that it's likely that the board will hear a lot of comments about all homes on wheels as a part of this public comment period. There's also a lot of comments in your board packet. And staff, as I previously mentioned, we did receive a direction from the board in 2024 to look at all homes on wheels or other alternative housing types. And our deadline is to complete that by fall 2025. And therefore, depending on the direction of the board, we could either come back to you at your workshop and discuss alternative housing in more detail, and or we could come back to the board at a future date in a few months and to discuss policy direction with a work plan and potential menu of options for alternative housing at a future date. So with that, your planning commission on October 24th, 2024, did vote 4-0 with 1 vacancy to recommend that you find this ordinance categorically exempt pursuant to section 15305 of the CEQA guidelines, and then also that the board introduce, waive further reading, and adopt the attached tiny homes on wheels ordinance, including dwelling groups in the R2 zoning district with a development permit as provided for in attachment 1. And that concludes staff's presentation, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tyler. That was pretty clear. I think I'm going to go directly to my colleagues' questions and comments. Is anyone jumping at the bit? Okay, Hardy, why don't you start?
Yeah, I'll be quick. Thank you, Tyler. I'm interested to hear the comments, so I'll just keep it to questions. The LAMP, the local area management plan on the sanitation side, I didn't exactly understand how that fit together based on your slide with the temporary septic. Can you explain?
Sure, and I'll defer to Amy Arani, who's here if we need to get more specifics, but essentially the county is subject to the local area management plan for septic disposal regulations, and in order to allow for temporary septic systems, it would require that they amend that LAMP to do that. So there was a process. It's not just as easy as saying we're going to allow temporary septic systems.
Understood. And then just to make sure the fire egress is identical for a tiny home on wheel versus a permitted within the applicable zoning standard, a home or an ADU. The
That's
fire
correct.
egress is identical across those 2 types. Okay.
Correct.
And then just for clarity, tiny homes on wheels and all other homes on wheels, all the RVs that you listed there are in the other, or the all homes on wheels category. They're not included in this amendment, but
That's
staff's and the board's direction to continue to work on that particular all homes on wheels ordinance potentially.
Supervisor, you are correct. That is previous direction provided by the board, and it's something that's a community development agency is already looking at.
Okay, thank you.
So let's stick to clarifying questions at this point so we can get to public comment. Any clarifying questions? Sue? You can ask if it's a clarifying.
Well, I'm curious, you talked about R2 and multiple units. Would they be able to have the same septic and same water source?
Supervisor Hook, I defer to Amy, but if they had an adequately sized septic system, I believe that they would be able to use one. And then if they had a water source that was of enough volume to serve it, but it might have to be a community water system. But again, Amy could answer those questions better than me.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Supervisor Hook, that was an excellent question. Hopefully I didn't miss any further comments. But when it comes to, just like with an ADU, if there is adequate sizing for the additional unit, we would look at it on a case-by-case basis to make sure that the existing system has sufficient dispersal area or disposal leach field, as well as handling tank size can handle that additional flow from the unit.
So it definitely is something, just like with ADUs, that we currently look at and make that allocation, where sometimes they might need an extra tank to help with that flow, and other times they don't. So it's just a case by case.
Water, same thing.
Water is absolutely, so for example, with a well, you'd want a minimum of 3 gallons, that's the minimum, state minimum, for each residence. So let's say you had, your adjunct facilities plus the home, but your well was producing under that and you had a storage tank, that could be a complication, right? So you might need to add additional storage, you might need to drill another well. It would all depend on that capacity.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Amy. So we're going to go directly into public comment at this point. I want to say we're allowing for up to 3 minutes per comment, but look around you. There's a lot of you. If you can make your point in 1 or 2 minutes, please do so. If you need the full 3 minutes, you can have it. If we go into an hour or more and we're just hearing repeated comments going for 3 minutes, I'm going to reserve the right to cut those down to 1 or 2 minutes, all right? So let's do this together and start stepping up and provide your public comment.
You might want to remind them this is not about.
You can just make a short line and come up as those people move. You don't all need to stand. And restrict your comments to this ordinance as best you can, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Brad.
I'd like to request an extra minute as I'm speaking also for the Sierra Roots project.
You know that there are other folks here from Sierra Roots also
Okay.
speaking, so let's keep
Okay.
it to 3. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, I wanted to thank you, all of you, for this opportunity to talk to you a little bit about this. You all probably know that I'm pretty active in this role. I placed 264 families in homes, and these mainly are RVs or motorhomes, over the last 8 years. I also have a really good construction background and engineering background, so I understand a lot of the points that these gentlemen were talking about. But when we talk about this, and we talk about, let's say, Placer County, from what I understand, has placed 2 units. 2. And the funny thing is, I supplied one of those 2 units to the people that are, so I'm responsible for one of those 2 units. But I do have a set of parameters that I use when I place these. First off is septic. Okay? You either have to have a holding tank or it has to go into an existing system. The system has to be adequately sized as per Ms. Irwini's statements. I also look at well reports. These you can find on a state, there's a number of state locations. I have a minimum of 7 gallons a minute. But I also, if you have 3 gallon a minute, as long as you have a 2,500 gallon storage tank, I find that to be acceptable. I look at all these factors when I go in and I place a unit. I also make sure that they have a 200 amp service panel to make sure that there's adequate electrical service for this. I don't want somebody MacGyvering a 100 amp service with a 50 amp trailer. That to me is just ludicrous. The vast majority of these are placed out in the field, but about 40% are placed at local trailer parks. I also ask people that if I give them to them for 2 years, my name's on title as a lien holder, and I ask that if you don't need it before the end of the 2 years, give it back to me. I'll rehome another family with it. But, when I sit down and I look at some of the recommendations with the modular homes that they're talking about something that's going to cost $3,000 just to place, let alone anything else. I want Nevada County to become a leader in this and not be a follower. Okay, it's going to take a little work, but everything that I've learned is ultimately this depends upon your own actions and your help to serve others and benefit them. True altruism is a source of happiness, and it has been for me. And unhappiness due to anger basically comes from not understanding points or not knowing how to handle them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Welcome, Supervisor Tucker.
My name is Tom Durkin. I live in District 4. I don't have an address because I live in an illegal trailer.
Tom, can you speak up as best you can?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm the creative director of the No Place to Go project. Basically, I'm an advocate for homeless people. And we support the ordinance. No problem there. But we also think the ordinance is too strict. If you write regulations that are so strict that nobody can afford to or can find a place to comply, what's the point? And we also want to amend the ordinance because tiny homes are a niche market. As Brad said, there's only a couple of them being produced. We have hundreds, if not thousands, of trailers out there right now that people can live in. And that's the important thing. We have people outside, working people, people with families. They're not homeless addicts or mental health cases. 63% of the people who are homeless because there's no housing. Low wages, high rents, and no housing. And only about half, the people you see on the streets are not the whole homeless population. When I was homeless, nobody knew I was homeless. There's plenty of people out there, they go to the gym, they go to work, no one knows they sleep in their car at night, a different place every night, hoping they won't get woken up with a flashlight in their face at 3 a.m., which is what I hear a lot. So we are advocating legalizing all homes on reels because that's the solution, that you don't have to build anything, you don't have to spend any money. It's a matter of being compassionate for the people out there. And I'm not saying we should put chronically homeless people in there because they're not ready. We can get them into safe camps, give them training so they can become housed. And I think I'm running out of time. Can't see the clock. But I want to keep it short. And a lot of people here, and I want to thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Paul Emery. I've been a resident of Nevada County for just a little under 50 years. And I just want to tell you the situation that I've found myself in with trying to assist somebody to have a place to live. And the situation was a friend of mine who has a motorhome that had been located in somebody's property for several years, and the person who owned the property passed away and died, and he was stuck with a big problem, where to live. And I live on a dead-end private road off of the old Downeyville Road, and I have 8 neighbors on this road, and my property is 1 acre. And there's a perfect place where he could park his motorhome there. I went to every neighbor on my street and explained to them the situation and got their support. And there was, they had questions, and so he moved in. He moved his property in. We wired up electricity, we wired up water, and we had an option for the septic that I felt was very safe. And he was there for approximately 1 year. Nobody had any complaints, and there was no problem. But somebody who didn't even live on my street and didn't live in any place that was visible to where he could see this motorhome made a complaint. And the way that whole situation operates, that's it. If somebody complains, you're done. There's no real appeal for it. And so he had to find another place. Now, that's my experience, and I thought that was just terribly unfair that this happened to a person who had permission from all the neighbors on this street to be there, and he was there for approximately a year, and there was no complaints. Well, what this amounts to is the fact that how many people are living in situations like this in the county right now, living illegally, but not causing any problem. And this wasn't a situation where the property was inspected and health issues were taken into consideration. That would have been legitimate. But there was no point in even doing that because it was illegal and somebody made a complaint.
So if all these people that live in these various structures illegally, in yurts and tents and attics and basements and all these different things, we're suddenly...
Your 3 minutes are up. Why don't you wrap it up, though? Yeah, thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Douglas Truth. I moved here in '93. I've spent most of those 30 years since as a painter and performance artist here in town. I still teach classes at As If Gallery. I never expected to get rich doing performance work and painting, but I have made a living, but there's no way I can afford to live here anymore unless it's in one of these situations we're talking about. So basically, I just want to ditto what Tom said about adding RVs and trailers to the list because they work. We've got a tremendous housing problem, and that's the easiest, cheapest way to mitigate it is to let people live where they are now without arresting them or making them move because, like a lot of people, I don't have any other choice. All right, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Supervisors and county staff, I'm Lou Sitzer. I live on Cement Hill, about a mile up of the road, and I've lived there for the last 50 years. I'm a retired high school teacher, having taught at each of the public high schools, and I remember Rob and the entire Tucker family, so congratulations, Rob. I also taught at John Woolman High School over 50 years ago, and now sit on the board that recently transferred that land to the Nisenan tribe. So I know how hard the county staff worked to support that land transfer. I saw how they worked out a plan that satisfied the conditional use permit and made that land transfer possible. 15 years ago, I produced a 10-part series on the homeless issues in Nevada County for NCTV while directing that nonprofit. I interviewed many of the county staff and researched and even cooked at each of these shelters. I saw how complex the problem of homelessness is and also how dedicated the county staff has been, along with fire and police, in working to improve and resolve those difficult issues. Those issues are not just local, but as a small community, we actually have a better chance at creating the necessary change to bring about a healthier county here where we live. I know you all are concerned as well, and as a small series of communities, Nevada County can take a big step in approving not just tiny homes on wheels ordinance, but all homes on wheels, including RVs, trailers, and mobile homes. Years ago, we legalized K-housing. Recently, we regulated marijuana. We're at another inflection point. We can do this once more with just not tiny homes, but all homes on wheels. This ordinance will not be a perfect solution, but if the county throws its efforts into creating a well-thought-out ordinance detailing infrastructure, health, and environmental concerns along with public safety, this ordinance would greatly improve family stability, relieve crowded shelters, dramatically reduce homeless camps, increase community health and fire safety. It's also important to recognize that all of our citizens are cared about and cared for. A home is more than a shelter, it's part of a community, and it reminds us that we are all connected and in this together. So thank you, both supervisors and county staff, for the hard work of taking care of the public good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. That's a hard act to follow. My name is Marion Blair, and I'm in District 3. Nice to see all of you today. I agree. You are hardworking, and I appreciate your efforts. I'm here representing Earth Justice Ministries, a local nonprofit that brings a faith approach to issues of concern. We support the proposed tiny homes on wheels ordinance. Housing for all is a concern for all people of conscience. Please approve the ordinance and expand it to include all homes on wheels.
RVs, trailers, and mobile homes. As he said, tiny homes are only a partial solution to the unhoused people's crisis. RVs and trailers are already abundant in the county. Legalizing them as legitimate housing could open a new, truly affordable housing market and relieve the occupants from the fear that code compliance will move them. Excluding RVs and trailers is implicit class discrimination. Folks who live in RVs and trailers because that's all they can find or afford does not make them second-class citizens. It is not a crime to be poor. Having a safe place to live is a human right. We urge you to pass this ordinance. It is a matter of human rights, one that requires empathy, creativity, and common sense, all of which are embodied in this ordinance. With housing comes the possibility of stability, health, and the ability to become productive members of society. Most homeless people are not mentally ill or addicts. They just need housing they can afford. And I will add to that, I used to work in the watersheds in Santa Clara County, all over the whole county. And when the market tanked in 2008, I watched the homeless population triple in a matter of months in the creeks. They were living in the creeks. So in a way, we are fortunate that we have a small community and we can together find some solutions to this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Beth Moore. I am a former teacher, 25 years in Nevada County, primarily special education. I'm a current business owner. I own the Wild Eye Pub in Grass Valley in the building. Thank you. And I'm a 42-year resident for the last 18 owning a home on Rattlesnake Road. I first of all want to give thanks to you for hearing this, and I know it's been a long process, and I'm grateful you're giving it that time. I'd also like to say thank you very much to Sierra Roots and the No Place to Go project, and Tom in particular for championing this all along, because you can't miss it because Tom won't let up, and I'm grateful for that. And I'd also like to thank Brad Piesheimer for all the work he does in conjunction with putting people in homes, which hopefully will become legal. I was here for the Planning Commission consideration of this, and I was really impressed with their thoughtful, thorough building of the ordinance, preparing it with you and for you to consider. And I especially liked that multiple department heads were in the room, and as questions came up, department heads would run down and go, I got that one, here's the code, here's the health and safety, and it felt like democracy in action. Really, really impressive process here. From my own perspective, I want to share that having been teaching students with multiple challenges in their lives for most of my teaching career, we watched a lot of young people begin to consider what was possible in their lives and work hard to overcome their special needs or their family situations or emotional challenges, intellectual challenges, whatever they had, and begin to build a life for themselves in possibility. And for many of them, they knew that they would be going forward in limited incomes, that they would work maybe for small wages for most of their lives, but they worked eagerly and enthusiastically, looking at how to create meaningful lives with hard work and be able to live here. And it's so difficult for so many of them, and I hope that we consider to go forward, bringing forward matters like this where we find alternatives that are suitable for many people of many financial means, not just looking at the problems of, we sometimes assume follow people around, but financial needs of so many of our young people who grow up and then can't afford to come back here or stay here. Even after they've gone to some great college, they can't find a home. So I hope that we consider approving.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Smith, and I wanted to share my personal story.
Can I ask you to lean right into the microphone there?
Seems
Thank you.
so intrusive.
Yeah.
Okay.
In 2019, my husband and I bought a 44-foot fifth-wheel trailer. In March of 2020, we sold the house we had lived in Placerville for 28 years. We sold all our possessions and started traveling full-time in this trailer. In 2022, we went to Penn Valley to visit our daughter and son-in-law. They have acreage, and the trailer was set up near their home. My husband unexpectedly died while we were there. A few months later, a decision was made that I would live in Penn Valley on the property. Besides my daughter and son-in-law, I have numerous other family members in Grass Valley. Unfortunately, Nevada County would not allow for me to live in a 44-foot trailer that I'd been in since 2020. As trailers do not gain value with time, I had no option but to sell it. Since it was so big, it took many months to sell. I had to pay storage fees, insurance, and registration during this time that I could not live in it. When the trailer was purchased in 2019, the suggested manufactured price was $120,000. Although it was fully paid for, I received $45,000 when it was sold. With the growing housing crisis, it's a shame that I was forced to sell a home that I could have lived in for many years. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is David Klaus, and I live in Nevada County for many years. Two personal stories very quickly. First, I had a situation where I had 30 days to move out. I couldn't find anything. I was starting to look in Yuba City and Placer County. And a friend said, we've got an RV. It's 32 foot. It's really nice. I checked it out. All the infrastructure that you guys are requiring for the tiny homes it had. And it was affordable. I moved in. I stayed there for a few years, saved up money, bought a home. Now I'm paying property tax and all those kinds of good things, including renting 2 rooms to people who ordinarily just couldn't afford it. Everything is great about it except for my next door neighbor. He can't sell his house because just down the street there's a home with 2 RVs that are mountains of garbage. And people drop by and they say, gosh, it's great, but the neighborhood's not so great. The ordinance here will fix all of these things. It'll straighten out the neighborhoods. It'll improve the property values. Real estate can be affordable for people. They can rent their rooms out, and now they can make the mortgage payments. It all works. The other thing I was going to mention is that twice in my life, I didn't have a home. Once was between 2 jobs and was without, just living out of my car for about 3 or 4 weeks. And the other time was for a few months. A friend said, you're in San Francisco, you can't find anything. Once again, all these communities are very, very tight housing. He said, I've got an RV. Living in the RV for a few months, even though I had a 3-hour round-trip commute from Santa Rosa to San Francisco, was not traumatic. It was fine. I got on my feet, got a really nice apartment. Things worked out really well. The other situation in Colorado in the dead of winter was extremely difficult. It creates a certain trauma. And all of that is not needed for if you can pass this ordinance, which makes all the sense in the world. And I would strongly urge so many people here to add on to it other structures like the one I lived in here for 3 years, where the only thing wrong with it was that it was illegal. It was together, nice, and had all these attributes. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Margaret Wardle, and I have a question for you guys. I do not see how any of this is going to help the homeless people in Nevada County. Is this just smoke and mirrors so that you can be pretending
like you're going to help the homeless people? Because what I was listening to in the lobby before coming in here were property owners who are here to find out how to be able to do this with no intentions of renting to homeless people. So are you just helping the private property owners be able to create rental units for, who knows how much they're going to ask for rent for these things? Clearly, homeless people can't afford to build these tiny homes. They can't afford to give private homeowners the money to comply with all the regulations. If you are honestly, sincerely here to help the homeless, then you might want to consider sticking your hands inside your federal funding monies and buy some land and put some tiny homes for homeless people there. Short of that, this is smoke and mirrors. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Skylar Bright. I'm a 46-year-old mother of a 6 and an almost 9-year-old. I've taught quite a few of the people in this room how to do yoga. October 1st, I left my husband of almost 10 years, and a tiny home was the only place that I could afford. And I'm going to also tell you that today, this morning, is the first day that I heard that it's illegal. So I heard about this and really wanted to share my story because about 2 weeks after I moved in, I fell 8 feet from a ladder in the tiny home. A tiny 1/4-inch piece of wood broke off on one of the hooks, and I fell 8 feet. I had 5 brain bleeds. I broke 7 vertebrae. I had 2 sacral bleeds, which pressed into my spinal cord, so I experienced paralysis for about a week. I should have been able to file an insurance claim. I couldn't because my landlady did not have any. She had just lost her State Farm insurance because they left California, and the only thing that she could find, doesn't cover liability for tiny homes. I didn't even realize that they're illegal. But nonetheless, my body has pretty miraculously recovered. There are people who had injuries like mine who still aren't walking and talking after almost 3 months. And because of my landlord's goodwill, I am able to stay without paying rent except for the utilities. Thing is, she should be able to get insurance, and really the first step for that to be able to happen is if it's legalized. Then you can regulate it, you can insure it. I don't know all the pieces to that, but I just want to say it's Nevada County. Tiny homes are happening anyway. Make it legal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Cotting. I'm a resident of Nevada City, and I've lived here for 20 years. I'm proud to call Nevada County home. First, I'd like to thank the board. Thank you for your time working to make our community a safer place for all that call Nevada County home. I support the Tiny Home on Wheels ordinance. I think it's a good start, but I'd really appreciate if we can also include RVs and trailers within the ordinance. There are so many reasons why we should improve this ordinance. Many people that spoke before me have already mentioned many of them, so I'd like to speak to the risk of fires that has been mentioned by the opposition. I agree that there are risks to allowing more dwellings to exist in Nevada County, whether it's a new house, a tiny home on wheels, or an RV.
It's possible that one of these could catch fire and with the right conditions cause a wildfire. It could happen. It's also a risk that a power transformer could cause a wildfire if conditions are right. Should we ban the electrical system? It's also a risk that a car will cause a wildfire. Should we ban cars? It's also a risk that a burn pile or a prescribed burn will cause a wildfire. Should we ban all fires? The answer is no. So what should we do? We should take steps to mitigate the risks. We can do that with this ordinance. Mitigate the risks through rules and regulations. For example, an RV that is in compliance with the ordinance will have the proper electrical hookups. An RV not in compliance may be using extension cords for a power supply or an unsafe generator, a much more dangerous situation. Without an improved ordinance, thousands will continue living illegally anyways, and with this, the risks are much higher. The risks are higher having community members living in the forests, under bridges, or on the steps of the Nevada City Hall building. I saw someone sleeping on the steps there just the other morning. Let's get people into safe and truly affordable housing. When code compliance kicks someone out of their RV, their home, now there are more risks. Risks to their mental stability, risks from campfires, from their campsites. There will always be potential risks. Let's mitigate them by passing this ordinance to include all tiny.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cedar. I'm in District 1, and I'm here to advocate for the inclusion of RVs and trailers into the Tiny Home on Wheels ordinance. I urge this on the 2025 agenda to be adopted by 2026. The change is critical in addressing the housing crisis. Expanding the ordinance would provide affordable and immediate solution to individuals struggling to make ends meet. Some communities are particularly vulnerable, such as low-wage workers, students, and those with disabilities. RVs offer a practical and accessible solution. And for me, the issue is personal. My elderly father's future health, financial situation, and housing situation are uncertain, and so affordable housing options like this could make it possible for me and my other family members to support my elderly dad. These vehicles are a lifeline for families like mine and others in our community. I appreciate the county's leadership in creating pathways for permitted tiny houses, and I believe this amendment is a logical next step to include the RVs. Firstly, they provide flexible, affordable housing immediately. Secondly, they offer relief to low-income workers, elderly residents, and individuals with disabilities. Thirdly, they make residential addresses more accessible to those seeking jobs and DMV applications. And fourthly, they address housing insecurity without the delays and costs of new construction. I encourage the board to champion this amendment and ensure we fully utilize existing housing stock to help those in need. Thank you for your time, dedication, and leadership in this opportunity.
Thank you.
I'm a lot shorter than everybody else. Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Serena Cantway. I am a program manager at Freed for the Housing Navigator and Coordinators. I want to thank you for your continued efforts to expand the housing options and adopting the Master Plan on Aging, particularly with your commitment to Goal 2, housing for all ages and stages.
As an organization who works with those experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness, I want to express our support for the inclusion of tiny homes on wheels and the proposed ordinance. However, we believe the ordinance could be better served in our community by also allowing for RVs, travel trailers, and mobile homes. These options, when brought up to code equivalent standards, can provide safe, affordable, and flexible housing for older adults and those with disabilities. Many of them whom live on fixed incomes, as we know. Before I finish this letter, so I do a housing club. I do several things to try to help people apply for affordable housing in this community. The majority of our seniors and people with disabilities cannot afford the rents. They are extraordinarily high. I'll give you an example of a recent low-income senior complex just went from $1,300 a month to $1,520. Most of our seniors and people with disabilities don't even earn an income of $1,520 a month. They cannot be covered with housing choice vouchers because the payment standard is lower than $1,520 a month for a one-bedroom home. So we encourage the board to maintain, of course, the minimal health standards while allowing for practical solutions like portable waste removable, composting toilets, and alternative water sources. These measures would support affordable housing options without opposing excessive costs. Additionally, we ask the board to consider a broader definition of affordable housing that truly reflects the economic realities of our low-income, elderly, and disabled tenants, rather than focusing solely on workforce housing criteria. In closing, we urge you to adopt a more inclusive approach to the housing ordinance that aligns with the board's commitment to the housing for all ages and stages. Thank you for your consideration and dedication to serving the needs of the residents in Nevada County.
Thank you. Let's pause there. Madam Clerk, do we have any callers?
Chair Hall, we do have one caller waiting.
Okay, let's take that call and we'll come right back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Josh Wolf. I've been a resident of Nevada City area, just outside the city limits, for about 5 years now. And honestly, I basically feel like the boy in The Emperor Who Wears No Clothes, because what's being put forward is a solution towards homelessness. And I suppose in some vague way, it cracks the debt. But this doesn't serve the existing status quo. Brad mentioned died, I don't know, over 250 people he alone, or families he alone, has placed in the community in RV units that do not meet this requirement. This requirement requires extensive requirements by the homeowner to even make what had been a tiny home on wheels now essentially a permanent ADU. So what this should be called is a lowering of the requirements or the process necessary for homeowners to put ADUs on their property. That is not what we need. What we need is what everyone's talking about, to legalize the existing status quo of the hundreds, if not thousands of families already living in RVs that don't meet these requirements. Beyond that, this idea that like we'll do this first and then we'll get to the rest next, that sounds great in principle. But for over 4 years now, I've been battling to try to see camping, basically the same thing like Airbnb for camping, which is actively done right now, to be legalized. And we've gone so far as to put forward this should be pursued in a future thing. But we've had an entire presidential administration during that time. And so to say we'll do this now and that next, well, I guess that's fine, but we need to call it what it is, which is to make it easier for homeowners to add additional units onto their property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Judy Wheeler. I live in District 3. I would really like to encourage you to expand this to the RVs and the trailers. 7 years ago tomorrow, I walked into Hospitality House after spending 4 months in my car, after spending 6 years in Lake Wildwood in a rented home. My landlord suddenly decided to sell, and I found myself in my car, and I never thought I would ever be homeless. At Hospitality House, my options were get on all the waiting lists
maybe 3-4 years from now, you might get called, maybe less, depending. But it's a thing where there's a lot of homeless people, and they're told to just wait for housing. It would be very nice if they could wait in an RV or a trailer or something like that, something affordable. I was fortunate. I had a car. But there's a lot of people at the mercy of the streets. I met someone up at the library last year, and she said they told her 4 years for housing, and she told me, I don't have 4 years. I'm going to be dead by the time they call me. So I can't speak for all homeless people, but I think it would be a good way to have some homeless people have some hope. I know when I was outside, as the years went on, I just started to lose hope that I would ever find housing. My friend and I, we have friends in rural Penn Valley. They were more than willing to put a trailer, but the husband was concerned about potential fines and things, and so that never happened. Since 7 years ago, 30 friends and acquaintances of mine have passed away, most of them waiting for housing, and the most recent was my best friend and companion. And so I would encourage you to consider expanding the ordinance to allow RVs and trailers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Maureen Graber, unincorporated Nevada County, District 1, Banner Mountain. I previously wrote the Planning Commission and Supervisors Hall and Bullock of my concerns relative to this ordinance. They were left off the staff report's community engagement and comments received summary section. I will highlight those concerns at this public meeting. I'm requesting all supervisors look at this ordinance through the lens of the current LA County wildfire disaster. LA leaders are on the defensive, attempting to justify how existing government policies contributed to that disaster and loss of lives, and what they could have done differently. Tiny homes on wheels can be hitched up and pulled out at any time. During wildfire, desperate owners would be motivated to evacuate with their possessions. These large trailers will have a significant impact on our already insufficient evacuation routes. Did you watch the videos of the bulldozer moving abandoned cars off roadways in LA? Now imagine tiny homes in the mix. I recognize tiny homes offer the potential for existing homeowners to create a revenue stream to help with the insurance costs, and the original codes provide some landlord accountability. The real problem comes if you seriously consider motorized self-contained campers, trailers, and other RVs into these unincorporated areas. The appropriate location for such vehicles are RV parks designed for such use and equipped with access to water and other services. This is not found within the unincorporated areas of Nevada County. The county's time will be better spent considering options for creating subsidized long-term RV parks in areas with lower wildfire risk and appropriate evacuation routes for such oversized vehicles. County leadership is well aware of the extreme vulnerabilities of the unincorporated areas of Nevada County. We do not have sufficient hydrants or evacuation routes. We live in densely forested areas rated by CAL FIRE's very high wildfire risk. We're being priced out of our homes by escalating fire insurance premiums based on this risk rating. Small living spaces, like 400 square foot tiny homes, encourage a quasi-camping lifestyle. That is more outdoor activities like cooking and storing possessions, and this behavior increases wildfire start risk. To better understand how much trouble we are in relative to wildfire risk, you can revisit Title IV Fire Safety Regulations, the 2024 Nevada County Hazard Mitigation Plan, the 2024 Nevada County Evacuation Study, and the 2025 Nevada County Community Wildfire Protection Plan. Consultation with your own OES staff, Nevada County Consolidated Fire District, and Nevada County Sheriff's Office will confirm the additional risk created by adding mobile living spaces into unincorporated Nevada County. We look to our supervisors to reduce wildfire risk, not increase it. Please carefully consider the impact of this and other future ordinances that increase wildfire risk and the ability for your constituents to evacuate safely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Rick Cameron, 25-year resident of District 5. I live off of Red Dog Road. I'm speaking this afternoon as a concerned homeowner, a defensible space advisor for the Fire Safe Council, and a volunteer with the Banner Mountain Firewise community. But I'm speaking today as a private individual. In reading the staff report, the tiny home on wheel ordinance, I only found input mentioning fire once, and it was from a county civil engineer expressing his concerns about adding defensible space language in the proposed ordinance. Nowhere could I find any input from our local fire agencies. I believe this was a huge oversight. As you may know, on February 24, Nevada County OES published their countywide evacuation study. It listed 5 main geographical areas of concerns, one of which was Banner Mountain Cascade Shores. These 2 areas were combined because they would both use the same 3 narrow, tree-lined, windy roads with no shoulders to get off that mountain. There are currently more than 1,500 homes on Banner Mountain and probably another 400 homes in Cascade Shores, with more than 1,900 households combined trying to get off the mountain in an evacuation. Given this, input from our local fire agencies is critical prior to this ordinance being approved. Public safety in the event of a catastrophic wildfire should be the utmost concern and deemed a priority. I'm concerned about the risk of adding the mobile homes or portable homes into the area that's so densely forested and rated as a very high fire risk. Potential adding more units on Banner Mountain is unimaginable, especially in an emergency. Just look at what happened to Palisades. That's, pretty much sums it all up. I do understand the need for more beds and roofs in the area. And wouldn't it be nice if the county could coordinate with the cities of Grass Valley, Nevada City, and Truckee to address this issue and not just have the unincorporated areas shoulder the load for the whole county? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Morris Hervey. I live on Banner Mountain off of Red Dog Road. And I want to discuss today the proposal under consideration, which has the potential to significantly increase traffic volume on Banner Mountain. A potential Banner Mountain Cascade Shores fire evacuation has long been identified as difficult because of wind-driven fires can advance very rapidly. Narrow, windy, single-lane evacuation roads with potentially one evacuation road can prevent a rapid evacuation. I'd like to give some recent relevant fire history. It may not be news to you, but I think you need to carefully consider this, starting with a 1984 49er fire, which traveled 4 miles in 4 hours, burned through Lake Wildwood, created havoc amongst the traffic evacuation, and then the 1991 Oakland Hills fire killed 25 people. Some of them died in their cars trying to get out. They were in stalled traffic. There was a 2017 Tubbs fire, which killed 22 people. The 2018 Camp Fire, I want to remind you of this, killed 85 people, and several of them were killed in their cars while they're trying to get out in stalled traffic. The ongoing Palisades fire and the Eaton fires has already killed 25 people. All of these fires have something in common to a potential fire on Banner Mountain, and that is rapidly advancing wind-driven fires requiring fast evacuation, poor and overloaded evacuation routes, lots of tinder dry, very flammable fuel. A recommendation from the recent CAL FIRE commissioned Nevada County Fire Evacuation Study for Banner Mountain and Cascade Shores recommended one and only one road improvement, and that was, quote, develop fire evacuation corridors, unquote. We are very far away from reaching that recommendation. This is very, very difficult evacuation on Banner Mountain. Because a proposal under consideration has the potential to significantly increase residential density and traffic volume, it will therefore exacerbate
fire evacuation problems, and it's bad enough already. If the board approves tiny homes for Banner Mountain and Cascade Shores, it will do so at the expense of evacuation safety for present and future residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bob Norman. I'm a resident. I want to thank the committee and all the servicemen and women in the room. I've never been homeless. I can't imagine what it would be like. But these are our people. We need to do what we can for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Travis Duckworth. I'm speaking as a constituent and the owner of Soul Tiny Houses, our local tiny house builder. We do custom tiny homes, and we teach community members, youth and adults, how to build their own homes, how to support the local food network, and how to keep money in the community. I would love to talk about some of these really big issues when we have more time. First of all, I definitely want to just thank Tyler for just a really clear presentation. The building, I know George was here a minute ago, Brian, planning, and the board for putting this together a year ago. We spent the last year really making this ordinance make sense, and in maybe a voice of just being blunt about what we can and cannot do at this junction. Like I said, I'd love to talk about, I just had a conversation with the main builder in my shop. His fire insurance just went up to $18,000 per year. And we have a client that's 1/8 of a mile away on Lone Lobo that's paying $700 a year in insurance that covers her tiny house because she's able to do it through her car insurance. So there's really big issues there of how this can help that. I'd love to talk about how insane it is to do RVs and say that the argument against them is that they're not safe for year-round living unless they're within some invisible line of a park, and then they are safe. So that's crazy. I am advocating that we pass this as is today. That said, I will stand with Tom, I will stand with Brian. We will continue with Brad to fight to help find housing for everyone. I get nervous about where we draw the line from gentrification. I'm from the South. I went and visited my mom 5 years ago, and I was told by a local realtor, we let black people live here, just we take them outside of city lines and tell them where they can live. When we start isolating demographics like those of low income, we get into some slippery slopes. That said, this ordinance needs to be clear, and I keep hearing from people like this doesn't address homelessness, and that's true. We need to be clear about it. That said, the housing crisis is addressing so many people in our community. I'm an old teacher. We have single income families that can afford to live here. We have service industry professionals that can afford to live here. We have people in transitional, whether that's youth coming into the workforce or fixed income people coming out of it that can't afford to live here. And these tiny houses on wheels are an amazing opportunity for that demographic. So while this does not address our most vulnerable homeless and those on the verge of homelessness, it does give an option and an answer for many, many people that can't afford a $400,000 or $500,000 house, but could get into home ownership at the $100,000, $200,000, or $300,000 level, and that's huge. And so again, I just advocate that we do this. I'd love to talk about more issues with anybody individually, and thank you for having this vote.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I thank you very much for both the building department and the supervisors working hand in hand together to help with design and housing reform. There's a sociological law being seen right now called peak complexity. Societies tend to prefer adding greater complexity to problems than by subtraction, which then creates more complexity and exemplifies and builds on the crisis instead of actually solving it. California, richest, most populous state in the union, would be the 5th largest economy in the world if we are alone, and we should be able to solve its own problems. That being the case, I'd like to point out Title 16, Chapter 10, Road Standards and Private Roads. This can be also impossible to apply in these situations where we have private roads where people want to add a tiny home. It requires turnouts every 400 feet
This will be impossible to apply when there is reciprocal easements on private land. This can create an adverse condition which would greatly reduce the issuing of permits. I recommend for the building department review all policies that might restrict the application of this ordinance so that's not self-defeating. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Teresa, and I've lived in Nevada County for the past 30 years. I'm here to support the expansion of the tiny homes ordinance to include RVs and trailers. I'm sure that the public comment part of these meetings is not necessarily the supervisor's favorite part of these meetings. Must not be easy to listen to people complain about whatever the status quo is month after month, year after year. And so I thank you for your patience and fortitude, every one of you. And what we're doing here is like the basic premise of a democratic society where the community airs and speaks their mind to the people who are entrusted with taking care of the community. So I do support the tiny homes, and I do want to encourage the supervisors to consider expanding it to include trailers and RVs. And I know that there's a lot of people who had a lot more information, but who spoke before me, and I just want to emphasize that the homeless situation it's a national problem, it's a serious problem, and when we have something like this in the community, I think it's important for us to do everything we can in our power to try and make it better. And I guess that's about all I had to say.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, my name's Leland Loving. I've been a resident since '79, and I've been homeless in this county several times. And it's extremely hard on your self-esteem. I went to work every day. I didn't let people know that I was homeless. I didn't want them to know. And, you know, I lived in my car. I couldn't vote. There were so many things. And I did live in an illegal trailer that neighbors complained we had to move. I moved to a place, an elderly lady's place in Penn Valley. We hooked up to her well. We had our electric in a conduit underground. We were hooked up to her septic. We took care of the 2 acres. I watered in the summer. My husband cleared the brush, weed eated, cleaned it up. We took care of her when she had her hip operation, took her to doctor's appointments. So we enabled her to stay in her home, and she enabled us to have a home. And I do understand people's concerns about the fire dangers. Our population has gotten so much bigger than our infrastructure can handle. So arguing that adding secondary homes because of the population is kind of a moot point. Our population's not going to get smaller. It used to be required, and I'm not sure, if the fire egress requires you to allow 2 fire trucks to pass on a road in and out of your property. I'm not sure if that's what's required now, but I do agree that we should make it possible for the homeowners. We should address the concerns of the Fire Safe Council
and harden our infrastructure, but not price the working poor and the homeowners out of being able to use their property as they see fit. I had to have my trailer inspected by DMV in order to have it registered. So I know there's legitimate steps that you can make sure your housing is safe. So I do ask you to consider allowing more dwellings as permittable and to expedite this as quickly as we can, because it is a crisis and it is getting worse. And I appreciate.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors, staff, and fellow community members. My name is Teresa Dietrich, and I am the Government Affairs Director for the Nevada County Association of Realtors. The Nevada County Association of Realtors supports diverse housing solutions to address the critical need for housing in our community. Affordable, accessible housing is essential to sustaining our workforce, supporting local businesses, and ensuring the efficient operation of our government services. Tiny homes on wheels offer a flexible and affordable housing option that can help address housing shortages. However, financing for these homes remains a significant challenge. To enhance the financing opportunities, we recommend implementing a process similar to the 433A mechanism used for manufactured homes. This process would allow tiny homes on wheels to be converted from personal property to real property, making financing more accessible and encouraging broader adoption of this housing option. Without such mechanisms, property owners risk being stuck in homes that they cannot sell or refinance. Addressing this issue proactively will ensure these housing solutions remain viable and sustainable. While we support efforts to expand housing options, careful planning, clear communication, and mechanisms to address financing and disclosure concerns are essential. The Nevada County Association of Realtors is committed to working with the Board of Supervisors, stakeholders, to ensure that these ordinances benefit our community while preserving its unique character and aesthetic value. And we thank you for allowing us to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Langdon. I spent 7 years living and traveling in a vintage camper after a chronic medical problem made it impossible for me to maintain my, high-powered, high-stress job with the University of California and, pay rent in Orange County. I framed that as an adventure on social media, but the reality was I was a medical refugee and I really didn't have any other housing option. During my travels, I met so many people like myself who lived in RVs, either in, on the road, on the streets, traveling from, park to park. RVs, tiny houses, it's a lifeline for people. There were so many people like me who could not maintain the jobs, the lifestyle, whatever it is. This just strikes me as a necessary opportunity for people to, have a place to live and be able to, I don't even know what I want to say. I didn't prepare anything. But I feel really strongly that this is an important step forward in housing people and, supporting everybody in our community, making it possible for people to have, decent, safe lives. I also am cognizant of the fire issue. I mean, I spent a lot of time in Southern California. My heart is breaking for what is happening there. But I think with, oversight, regulation, there are lots of ways that we can work with people to make this a possibility, and I think we should do everything that we can to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joan Ramsey. I've lived on Grove Street in Nevada City since 1985, and my family goes back in Nevada City to the mid-1800s. This is the first time I've been moved to speak to the Board of Supervisors because I am so concerned about the problem of homeless families in Nevada County, people who are living illegally in RVs and campers, children not being sure if they're going to come home and find out that they're have been forced to move because somebody reported that they're living in illegal spaces. The stress of living illegally is such that people go to bed at night not knowing if they'll be able to sleep there again tomorrow night if somebody reports them. So it's so important that it be made legal and safe for people to live in alternative housing in RVs and campers on private property with all the safety regulations that everybody's already talked about. It's happening here. People are living in fear every day. Children are living in fear of losing their homes. So I urge you to pass an ordinance to make it possible for people to live legally in these alternative spaces for the mental health of their families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Lass, the Executive Director with the Nevada County Contractors Association. I'd like to thank the staff and for giving us an opportunity to comment on the ordinance, which we did last August. The association does support the ordinance as written. We believe it has high standards for some safety and also design. We think that's critical for housing. We also think it's going to provide a great opportunity for people to provide workforce housing. So with that, we support the ordinance as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Good afternoon. My name is Alta Dominguez, and I was born just over the county line, so I guess I've always been here. And I'm a veteran struggling to get by on disability, and I urge you to consider amending to include all homes on wheels, because if everybody that lives in a home on wheels has to leave that home, you're going to see some really crowded streets, and the forests are going to become much more people will be dwelling there as well. So please consider to amend.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paul Schwartz. I live at 13812 Meadow Drive, Grass Valley, District 1, under Supervisor Hall. One driver of the segment of our community lives in trailers or is considering that option as income inequality. There are no indicators that income gaps will not continue to increase. This is not something that's going to go away. There are no signs that the cost of buying or renting a home will moderate. There is no evidence that minimum wages will keep up. This is not an issue that will go away because county leadership chooses to say it's too difficult to figure out. Anyone who has a low income and access to a place to park a trailer might live in one or is headed in that direction. For example, are children just getting started? Are parents living on limited retirement income, such as Social Security, or an individual who's disabled? Maybe someone starting a business whose resources are fully committed. In my case, a long time ago, a really long time ago, I lived in a trailer on a mining claim off Bloomfield Road while I attended Sierra College in Rockland and Sacramento State University. RVs and trailers are a real answer for many. The need is not going away. The county can help, accept and allow the concept here today, develop a simplified set of site plan requirements. A 20-foot trailer, which is what I lived in, does not require the same infrastructure as a 2,000 square foot home.
Work with each applicant through the process. This would give you the option of working with someone proposing to locate a trailer or living in a trailer to satisfy requirements rather than telling them to pack it up and move on. Elected officials, planners, and developers fell in love with a single-family home side by side, acre after acre. This filled a need for many and still does. Morgan Ranch is a good example. We will be watching the Loma Rica Ranch development rise from the ground this year. This segment of our housing is not financially accessible to a portion of our community. Our county leadership, our general plan, our planning department, and our regulations need to include our entire community in their efforts to plan for housing opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Bill Lawrence, and I live in District 3. My career was environmental public health here in the U.S. and also overseas. I've listened to a lot of very good presentations in the last hour, and I've come to the conclusion that this ordinance can be amended with sufficient public environmental health oversight. What do I mean by that? We have an environmental health department here in the county. And I think with the right, how should I say, the right approach, we can make these homes safe from an environmental perspective. What do I mean by that? Safe water, sanitation, solid waste, safe power. I think in order to make these into a stopgap measure until low-cost mobile home parks can be built for this cohort, there should be a fee for service for the property owner, and I think that fee would cover the review process, the inspection process, and continued oversight. As a volunteer for the Barry Yuba Land Trust, I cleaned up a lot of homeless camps. And it's amazing how unsanitary these homeless camps can become. I would not want to see, and I'm not saying that all would go that way, but I would not want to see these tiny homes on wheels, whether it's a RV, a small trailer, become essentially eyesores. So in conclusion, I think I would hope that the planning department, the supervisors would take a closer look at this. See if there's examples elsewhere in the state or the country where with the correct enforcement, it could fly until there's more permanent housing. My dream would be a mobile home park that's low cost. But I know they're not low cost. So this, I think, would be an intermediate step. Thanks again for all your time for looking at this very complex problem.
Thank you.
My name is Peter Garing. I live in District 3 at Ananda Village, District 4 at Ananda Village. I've been the village manager there for some number of years. I've been involved in the planning process. I support the ordinance as it's written, but I think it's a first step. I think it's also, we're on to something that's important here. We have approved density, and we can't afford to build the houses, especially for young people. The cost of building a house is just too high. And there are people who are willing to live very simply, and they're willing to live in very small spaces, like tiny homes. I would like to propose that we look at, can we allow some of the same benefits that we're giving to tiny homes in terms of decreased regulation, in terms of relaxed standards, can we apply those to smaller homes? You can make a stick-built small home, 400 square feet or less, that's much more attractive than a tiny home for much less than what most tiny homes would do. Why can't we do that now? If you apply through the permit process for a permanent dwelling, you're faced with $15, maybe more, thousands of dollars of fees out the gate.
You're faced with standards that have come in largely in the last 30 years while I've been active in this, that have gotten more and more strict, all with good intentions, all to protect health and safety, some to protect special interests like the sprinkler industry, but a lot of them to protect health and safety. But I think that those can be very safely relaxed. If we look at the way we lived 50 years ago, was it that unhealthy? Was it that unsafe? I can tell you a house that was built 50 years ago looks very different than a house that's built today. It was much less expensive to build. So can we look at, if we want to build simple houses, you want to build small houses, can we look at offering some of those same benefits that you're offering to the tiny homes to more permanent ADUs, that they have the density, they have the approval, they have the infrastructure, the regulations. And that's looking start to finish the building process, the permits, the solar requirement, the sprinkler requirement, the seismic requirement, some of the energy requirements. A 400 square foot home is going to lose much, much less energy than a 2,000 square foot home, even if it doesn't meet the current energy codes of having to put in a heat pump hot water heater or some of these other things. So please try to look at from start to finish, what would it take to make small structures more affordable? I think this ordinance is a good start, but I think there's more we can do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Annie Michael Hine, and I'm a resident of District 1. I'm also the program manager at Freed Center for Independent Living, and I work on the Aging and Disability Resource Connection, and that's a collaboration with 30, 40 different organizations, local nonprofits that provide services to seniors and people with disabilities. And we all presented a public comment in writing back in September to you in support of this ordinance, and that comes with a vote from all of those organizations who are in agreement that this is a really necessary step for our county to take to make our community livable and to meet some of the broad goals that we've set in the master plan for aging and disability. And you've adopted that master plan, and it's on your website. And one of those strategies is housing for all ages and stages by looking at how can we expand opportunities for affordable, accessible housing, whether it's an ADU, whether it's travel trailers, tiny homes on wheels, and that was part of the strategies that are put forward in that plan. So I just want to commend you for, and the planning department for sticking with those commitments and showing that you do have the public's best interest in mind to make it a livable community for everybody. And I had some other notes here, so just that I represent that group. Also, on a personal level, I just want to say that when I first moved to Nevada County, I did live in a travel trailer for 4.5 years while my husband and I built our home as owner builders. And while it wasn't the ideal living situation, but it was what allowed us to have our American dream and to build housing and contribute as an owner builder to housing stock in the community. And so I see this as an opportunity for people of all different points in their life, whether they're older or they're disabled or they're young people, to have that American dream to build the housing that's needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Lee French, District 2, House of Sierra. When the ADA first came about, I was asked by the supervisor to look into it, see what kind of problems I felt that it would cause, that would inform him. And through my experiences with various projects, I've written down a few things that really bothers me. The first and foremost thing is that we are talking about more units for people to move into, which brings more cars. Every family has a car in most cases, not necessarily someone who's been on welfare and so on. I understand that. I love the idea of taking the requirements for tiny homes and having using them for the homeless. However, once again, here we are. Highway 49 is still a two-lane highway in a lot of places. Fortunately, in Alta Sierra, I have a better chance of getting the heck out of here. But we need to consider those types of things and work the thing as a whole process. We've been talking about tiny homes and how people can live in them and how it can take care of the homeless, and I'm for that. However, we've got to do the right thing and consider a lot of various factors. For instance, in Alta Sierra, it's a beautiful place. And one of the problems has been that we've got a lot of trailers that suddenly appear, taking away from the beauty of the area and adding a lot of problems, people thinking they're going to drive down the highway in their RV to get out of here. The county has never provided staffing or funding to take care of these increased things such as inspections and all of the things that go with it, like increased security, increased sheriffs, et cetera. So there's a lot of things that we've really got to look at, including, are we now going to have more schools? Has everybody taken a look at those things? I beg you to do that and still work with the program that's here. And
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any phone calls coming in?
Chair Hall, we do have one caller waiting.
Let's take that call.
Okay, thank you.
And then we'll come back to do just the two more in line, and then we're going to end public comment.
Hallelujah. Matthew Coulter. I'm in the Historic Commission meeting right now in Grass Valley trying to participate in big changes happening here in town and seem to be Rosevilling all the way. But what I wanted to mention on this note is that I don't know if you guys are aware of the 10-year rule with RVs. Oftentimes RV lots, RV parks, including the ones in town, won't take RVs over 10 years old. So there's a lot of extra RVs, shall we say, and usually when people park RVs and use them as a permanent living area, they do put them up on blocks to level them, so they're not going to be driving them off during fire evacs. I wouldn't think that would be a big problem. Because I see RVs around town that don't have license plates, have bald tires. I would be more concerned about those folks that are doing what they do here in town on a daily basis. California's planning on a RV ban, if you haven't heard about that. And that'll, again, put more RVs in the inventory that'll be able to be used for housing. I've lived in Airstreams. I've lived in all kinds of different structures. And it's very comfortable. There's no reason to have to build the way that we're building. And I want you guys to really consider the influx that we're going to get from Los Angeles up here. We got an influx during the Paradise Fire or after the Paradise Fire. We will get the same type, probably 3, 4, 5 times as much coming up here after the Los Angeles fires. So we really need housing for everyone involved, including the newcomers. So please consider expanding your minds and allowing for people to have some place that they can call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take the last two folks there.
Do I get to go?
You do.
Roland Trimble, Lake of the Pines guy, 90 years old. Okay, this is totally off this. No, it's not off the subject. I was a student at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo in 1954. I lived in barracks, Army barracks, long, had a room. The bathrooms were in the center. What am I trying to say? I see the individual vehicles, what we've been talking about today, with all the facilities available for one person, maybe two, probably not three. I don't know about the world of children in there. That's all. And most homeless like to have a dog. So I know that's not necessarily a good suggestion. What my idea is,
It's someplace in between what you've been listening to today and a home like I have, which could house 6 or 7 people. And after the fire down in Southern California, one of our folks are going to have 3 people coming into their homes because their home burned down. That's not important there, but let's look at something even different than what we're talking about. And maybe another way to deal with this amount of folks talking, and all of the ideas are important, and you are the folks to make the decision. And of course, I and others pay the taxes, and we, in our area, we got taxes for fire, thank God. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Doug Kersey. I'm a retired general contractor. I live in Alta Sierra Estates. We bought our property in 1982. And in 1982, this is a copy of the regulations I had to follow to put in my septic system. In 1998, this is the book I had to follow to put in a septic system on Connie Drive. This is just the preface to the current edition, which is 188 pages long. My first house, I used 2 pages of plans. It cost me about $40,000 to build. In 2016, my last house, I had 22 pages, and it cost me $400,000 to build the house. Houses both about 1,600 square feet. As a society, we are tying ourselves in administrative knots to the point where we cannot function. I'm in favor of the TOW amendment or ordinance as it is written. I think it's well crafted, but it does not answer all of the problems. I think it's time the Board of Supervisors get really serious and think about how to go around this mountain of regulations that has been put in place by us. Take a look at what is absolutely necessary to provide a space for somebody to park an RV on larger lots, 5-acre, 10-acre lots, with the very most basic necessities, to get these people someplace that they can call a place to live legally and have an address and not be afraid of somebody turning them in. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to close public comment. I just want to say, you know, this is an important step forward that we're taking. I've heard from so many of you the experiences you've had. I want to thank you for coming down and sharing your stories as well as your thoughts on this ordinance. Thank you for doing that. That's very brave. Also heard folks who have concerns about fire danger, regulatory obstacles, traffic issues, and the need to look at other alternates as well, which we are also doing. So thank you for all of that. Tyler and Brian, I don't think I heard anything that needs clarification from you. Did you, from those comments?
No, I don't think so. I just wanted to clarify. There was one comment that sounded like it was an increase in density of the county if this ordinance were to pass. And as we explained as part of the presentation, that any new unit would be consistent with the existing density. This is not on top of any other allowable housing units that might be allowed on a piece of property. It's just a different option. So I just wanted to clarify that density would not increase overall in the county with this proposed ordinance.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And to my colleagues, are we okay continuing or do you need a break? Okay, all right, then let's come back to the board for.
Well, so first, it was good, a lot of good discussion, although there wasn't a lot about just the tiny houses question. So I was looking for a couple more of those. So one of them that did come, that was about if we allow that to be your residential house, the financing part, I thought that was kind of interesting. And have we looked into that at all?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Hook, I don't believe we've looked into the financing. We presented to the Association of Realtors last week, and they brought that up. But that will be a challenge, and I don't know what planning can do to solve that issue.
Yeah, I know, I was just looking at that, so I was just thinking, so we allow it, you put in your house, you get a your plot map, and you put everything in, but then someday you just leave your house, or you take your trailer and leave. So would that house, would that be, would somebody come in and have to start over to build, or would the septic and the water would still count? But so you'd go from having a house with a residence to one that's a vacant lot?
Correct, with the infrastructure improvements.
Okay,
on the lot.
so that's just would change on the map, so that's,
Correct.
that's simple, okay. I just was curious. Because insurance is the other thing. I was just thinking of that a little bit for insurance.
Right.
Thank you, sorry, that was
Okay.
just one little thing that was.
Lisa?
You want comments?
Comments, sure, yes.
Yeah. Just one, actually, really quick question. Tyler, remind me what the minimum parcel size is to put a tiny home on in the unincorporated?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Swarthout, there isn't a minimum size. It's essentially is if you can demonstrate that you have adequate infrastructure, water, sewer, then you would be allowed to place a tiny home just like any other single-family residence or ADU.
Okay, thank you. So, great conversation. Like Heidi, I really am appreciative of people that came out to tell their own personal stories, because sometimes we don't hear what everybody in the community is going through. So I really appreciate that. I've had the benefit of working on this with the Housing Ad Hoc Subcommittee over the last year with Supervisor Bullock. And I think one of the things to appreciate in a rural community is that we can't build our way out of a housing shortage like big cities can. We have way too many obstacles for doing that. So what we need to do in the rural environment is we have to look at lots of different solutions for providing housing for people. Somebody mentioned being able to build without all the regulatory processes. Well, we just passed Title 25 several months ago, which actually allows for that. It allows for lesser construction. You don't have to put sprinklers in. It's an ordinance that will allow people to be able to build a small home without all of those regulatory processes. Owner builder. I mean, there's definitely regulatory things that go along with it, but it's a solution that we've looked at. I think this tiny homes on wheels is another solution. It's not going to solve the problem, but I think one of the points that has not been brought out in, I think, who potentially would be using or building a tiny homes on wheels and how I envisioned it is I meet a lot of young people who want to move up here. They buy a piece of property and they can't afford to build a big house on it. So they start out by putting a tiny home or a tiny home on wheels that they can build themselves. It allows them to, live in a place that they can afford while maybe saving money to put a bigger house on a piece of property. So I look at this as just another alternative housing type, not just a solution for homeless people or people who are trying to put income on their, an income builder on their property by having a second unit. So I hope people will look at it in that way too, is it gives a certain percentage of the population an opportunity to own a home and to have their own space. So I appreciate all the work that's been done on this. I know it's been hard and it's been complicated, and just the questions of insurance and especially fire insurance and financing. And I think those are all things that will come to light as we work through this project. I also think that as we go down the road of this, and if we do approve it, and we see if people are actually utilizing it. A couple of years ago, we did a bunch of work for making it easier for people to build ADUs on their property, so permanent small homes on their property. We haven't had a lot of utilization of that over the last couple of years. So I think as, just like everybody else, we try to figure out the situation for the housing crisis that we're in. It's not a one-size-fits-all. There's going to be a lot of small solutions that go into what we're looking at. And I just want to give a shout out to the gentleman who owns Saul. I had the opportunity to tour your facility a couple of years ago with the Nevada County Economic Resource Council. I was really impressed with the work that you do, and you really explained it very well, how this can work in a community. And I think the women left, you made the comments about, are we really actually doing anything? And I just want people to know that we are actually looking at a piece of county-owned property that we might be able to do a tiny homes project on. So we are looking at so many different possibilities and opportunities. And I am very aware of the fire danger and the evacuation issues, and those will all be things that we look at that will go into any additional work that we might do. I will encourage the staff to go back and look at how we can potentially bring these other homes on wheels into some sort of compliance. I think that process is going to be somewhat complicated, but what I would ask is that we try and bring something back that isn't cost prohibitive and isn't so complicated that people can't afford or are unwilling to do it. So that's kind of my suggestion moving forward, is that we continue to work on this and try to figure out how people who are living in situations that are potentially illegal, how we can bring that into compliance so people don't have to fear that someone's going to come and they're going to have to move their home. So thanks.
Hardy?
Yeah, thank you for all the comments. It was refreshing to hear all the personal stories and get to connect with each of you. I think being a member of the ad hoc was very enlightening to me, and we had a lot of guest speakers weigh in on the policy direction that we've brought forward here. So I feel like we've gotten a good compliment and a good understanding from the community, although there are these, it's always a balance, right? It's two sides. So it's community character of the existing communities and how tiny homes on wheels fits into that. And it's also getting people under safe, affordable housing solutions and under cover for where they're at, meeting them where they're at in their life at that time. So I think the policy does a good job of striking that balance. I think homelessness and housing, despite some of the comments, are inextricably linked together. And the data says that as you provide vertical housing solutions, starting at very basic entry-level things like tiny homes on wheels, and you go up from there, that people move vertically throughout that striated opportunity to buy new houses and move into larger houses and things they can afford and things that they may move into when they retire. So having that complement of different housing types is critical to solving both our need for housing and also homelessness. So I think this is actually a step in the right direction. We heard clearly at the ad hoc to reduce cost, reduce barriers to entry, and creating things like Title 25, Supervisor Swarthout mentioned. Also looking additionally at the All Homes on Wheels portion of this ordinance, which is coming up next. These are all solutions moving in that direction, so I think this is a great start. I'm also really proud that Tracy was here earlier, the Community Land Trust. She weighed in extensively into the ad hoc and some of the work she's doing to try and make higher density, multifamily, affordable units. And if you haven't seen her project, I'd encourage you to take a look at that and try and work with her, because there are some really clear solutions coming out of that type of work. But with that, I think we've kind of talked about it. I'm in support of the ordinance as it's written. I'm in support of fast tracking the additional study work and assessment of the All Homes on Wheels portion as well. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Rob?
I have a couple of questions for planning. You'll have to forgive me. I've only been on the job a week, so if this is stuff that in the previous year has been covered, you can be brief. You mentioned that you looked at some other counties, Placer, Mendocino, Sonoma, and their ordinances, and someone referenced earlier that Placer County only had 2 units built. Can you speak to that, and then maybe very briefly, I know you researched those other counties, but maybe was there any negatives and positives that we see in this ordinance? And then, go ahead and answer that.
Sure. Madam Chair, Commissioner, Supervisor Tucker, I actually spoke with Placer County fairly recently, and they're up to 6 processing permits. I believe 2 have been placed. So they're making small incremental improvements, and I don't have a good response for the pitfalls or what other counties have seen. Unfortunately, I just don't have that information.
Great, thanks for that. Another point that was brought up was that we received input from OES, but not the fire jurisdictions. Can you speak to that? And I don't know if it's possible, I see some here, to get input, or maybe that's not how the process works, but can you at least speak to that?
Certainly. Supervisor Tucker, the planning department, when they originally initiated this ordinance, they went out and did a series of stakeholder interviews prior to developing the code. I know for sure that we met with the fire protection planner from CAL FIRE that works in the planning department. We also distributed it to all the fire agencies, and I don't believe we got any actual specific comments from them.
All right, yeah, I think my other questions were addressed with the parcel size being no limits. So thank you for your presentation and the stories. I mean, how can you not be touched by these compelling stories? Tom, Brad, I feel like they're angels among us. So I don't think anybody would disagree about the need and the both homeless crisis and housing affordability crisis here in Nevada County. It did strike me, and I tend to agree that this ordinance as written is not going to solve the homeless problem. I think it's been said over and over. I agree with that. I also agree that it's one tool that has been proposed, and I think that's good to address these issues from top to bottom. Kind of playing along with that, one thing that I don't necessarily agree with, and I don't know what the answer, the short-term rental prohibition. You know, I feel like part of the argument for this is people have property, they have available space, we want to let them put these types of homes on it, but then within the same ordinance, we're saying, but you can only do this. So that kind of rubs me the wrong way, and I guess I'll give an example to how I think that negatively affects the entire issue of housing affordability. I can see, although I disagree, but up in Tahoe and Placer County, they have a short-term rental ordinance in an area that's been built out. And because those homeowners have a choice to long-term or short-term rental, I guess. In this case, this is something where we've hardly seen any tiny homes in the county. And so it seems to me, I guess my theory on this is we should be encouraging these to be built, any kind of housing stock, because ultimately, even if the builder intended that to be a short-term rental, housing changes hand, and next year or 5 years, that property is going to be owned by someone else who may choose to utilize it as long-term rentals in the way we're talking about. So I don't love the idea of the short-term rental restriction. I'd love to see that changed. And I guess just to wrap up my comments, I think in general, I feel like, and once again, I'm new to this process, and I mean, God bless everybody for, you know, their stories and their passion. I think the ordinance at hand, we haven't, as I think was mentioned, haven't heard as much about, both in the public comments and what we're reading in the papers. And I get it, because people are advocating for the all home on wheels. But I think for me, especially coming to it late, I haven't heard a lot, both negative, or more, I guess, the people who have concerns, some of which I share, because they're focused on the all homes on wheels. And it's become this extreme. Obviously, everybody that spoke today supports, or a lot of them have advocated for continuing that discussion, which I'm open to. I think it sounds like we're going to be moving forward and discussing it at the board workshop. But yeah, that was hard for me because I felt like we were focused on something that's not actually written. So I appreciate all the input, but it did make it hard, particularly for somebody that's not been in the process this last year, to really hear all the voices, particularly in my district. And for that reason, my preference would be to add some sort of pilot program addendum to this, whether it's 3 years, whatever. I don't see the downside to that, but I feel like it allays a lot of the potential concerns that people have brought up. And so I don't see the downside, I guess, of a 3-year pilot program. If the stories we've been hearing and the hopes that we have continue 3 years from now, then we're going to see the results, and it'll speak for himself. On the other side, if some of the concerns that have been communicated, not necessarily here, but in other forums, manifest themselves, then I think we'll have the ability to look at those. And I know, is it 6 one, a half dozen of the other of, I mean, surely, I guess the policy can be reversed down the road, but we all know that that's a lot harder to do, to reverse a policy. So I would advocate for a pilot, maybe a 3-year trial program, because I appreciate the work that's been done by the county staff and the stakeholders to make this something that I think has addressed a lot of the concerns that I've heard, specifically the tiny home on wheels ordinance.
Yeah, I know, I guess I should have had more questions. I was just, when we went through, I just, that one was the top of my head, because actually, that is something that concerns me a little bit. And I appreciate what everyone had to say today. There was some great conversations and questions and points of view. But I'm looking at 2 years down the road when nobody said anything about it being a permanent house in the middle of Alta Sierra. I'm looking where somebody said they're going to put 5 tiny homes on an ag piece of ground that's maybe a 5-acre parcel. You know, once it happens and it starts into motion, I didn't hear any of those questions, which I was kind of surprised about. And the deed restriction does bother me just a hair. You know me, I'm back to that little property rights thing. I believe we should get to do what we want, but I don't want somebody always telling me what I have to do with that property. And I'm curious, are all the other ordinances already in place deed restricted?
Board, the restriction on short-term rentals is taking from the county accessory dwelling unit ordinance. The ordinance itself is intended to provide for local housing or permanent housing for folks. And so the idea was not to have it be investor housing. And again, we're just taking cues from the direction of the board in 2019.
Yeah, no, and I agree with that. I mean, I understand that too. I was opposed to that too, so it's okay. That though, I do like the idea of looking at the pilot program is kind of a good idea, especially if Placer is moving so slowly. And would there be room for this? We talked about one time about tiny houses being used too for maybe those 30-day or short-day rentals. I always think of our park. Well, we have a place in North San Juan. You guys have had conversations with him a lot about how that would enhance his ability to have recreation and housing for people that come for tourism, right? So I think there's room for other things inside here as well. Again, this conversation kind of got off track from where I was trying to look at just the tiny house program. And I love the work you guys did. I think it's great. I think though somewhere down the line, there's going to be some options for change. And would that be easier if it was in a pilot program versus a set ordinance?
So I just want to get clarification. We had the original one, wasn't it? It was going to be a 3 years, or somebody proposed that, and we agreed to take that off.
Madam Chair, that was on Title 25.
That was on Title 25.
Was that a
housing.
25?
Correct.
Okay, so that's the first time we're hearing about that then at all, is on the board here. Okay. So I'll just weigh in. I'd be open to something like taking away the 30-day restriction, honestly. But that's not what got proposed, and so people haven't been able to comment on that. So for that reason, I would say I would want to hold off on that. On the 3-year pilot, I don't feel like I need that. My position here is that we are in a housing crisis. It has not gotten better. It is not going to get better. Any of the other things we can do, the administrative issues, the rule-making issues, we're working on all of those things. We've taken steps with the ADUs, with Title 25. Each of those things has been incremental. This ordinance itself is going to be incremental. And I have moved my position from saying, let's do a little bit more, to say, we have to do a lot more. It's not going to go away. And you are all a testament to that. The issues people are having, finding housing, staying in perfectly good housing because they don't meet all of our requirements. So we have got to be bolder, and I appreciate all the comments asking us to continue to look at all homes on wheels. I think that was made clear, Tyler made that clear, that they've received that direction from us to go look at that and bring that back to the board this year, and I look forward to that. I'd say for this ordinance, it's still open for discussion if you want to make changes at this late date. We are in the second reading. Are we in the second reading? I think, so my preference would be that we don't be trying to make changes at this point, because it's gone through it's gone through the planning commission. Yeah, Tyler.
Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, what's being requested of the board is to introduce, waive second reading and adopt the ordinance today. If it's the purview of the board to make amendments, you could do so through your motion. And the specific short-term rental deed restriction is standard C3, if you choose to omit that standard. And obviously, if you chose to include a sunset clause, that could be a part of your motion as well. And we do have a draft section of the ordinance that we could add if necessary.
Okay, thanks. So let me ask the board, I'll start with Hardy, to weigh in on those issues, the idea of making it a pilot. I think we don't want to look at the 30-day thing because no one else has had an opportunity to comment on that.
I think the eastern communities in Eastern County are a great cautionary tale of short-term rentals and what happens. I know we have members of my community here that are very familiar with the pitfalls and the benefits of short-term rentals. So I would ask that before undertaking a change of that significance, that it goes back to the ad hoc and look at it closely and understand some of the things that have been done in Placer County. And then as far as the piece about a trial period, it can be amended at any date. So I don't see I don't personally necessarily need a trial period for this because it can be amended under any condition at any time. So that's my feeling.
Sue?
I'm good. I just don't like the deed restriction. If I put a tiny home in for my mom and then my mom's not there anymore, I don't want to be forced to rent it to somebody. Maybe I don't want a full-time renter. I guess I'm just looking at that. And I'm looking around. I agree. Housing is no, it could just sit there though. I mean, but I should have a choice. It's mine. I paid for it. I built it. So I'm just saying that to me is a bit of an issue. And not that I don't, but I'm looking around. I have people that are renting these now. I saw one the other day. They're not affordable. Some of them are $1,500 a month to rent, right? It costs you $1,000 to rent in a trailer park in some places. So I'm just looking at what's that long term for that person that is invested. I just hate tying somebody's hands to something is all. I want them to rent it. I love 30 days past that. That's a great thing. The deed restriction just I just have a hard time with the deed restriction. That doesn't mean I'm not going to vote for it. I'm just saying I don't like it.
Lisa?
So I tend to agree with Sue's perspective on this, and just to put the number in perspective, I just found this out yesterday. The county in our last fiscal year, we collected $900,000 in TOT, which is our transient occupancy tax, just on short-term vacation rentals. So there is actually, you have to weigh those two things. There is some economic viability to the county for short-term rentals weighed against the long-term housing. But I don't want to change it today, but continuing on with the ad hoc housing committee, I would like us to look at this, bring this back, because not just for this, but maybe to look at it for our ADUs too, and look at our policy again, because there are, in an area like, Tahoe, Truckee, there is a lot of unintended consequences by limiting or overusing short-term vacation rentals. But I think we need to look at it a little bit more, really look at the economics of it for our county and see how many people are building a place that would they rent it long-term.
Okay, I'm hearing, and I would say it's actually the cities, Nevada City, Grass Valley, and Truckee, where we've had the most comments about short-term rentals in general. So that would be a whole new conversation, I think. So I appreciate that. What I'm hearing is not to make, and I did not hear you
agree to a pilot term either. I didn't hear that from either of you. No.
I'm fine.
So what I'm hearing is that we move forward with a vote on the,
Change it later.
on the ordinance as is today, but that we direct staff to bring back either to the ad hoc, housing ad hoc, or other methods, looking at maybe expanding our 30-day rental restriction, or taking that off. And if we're not going to call it a pilot project, we can certainly direct them to bring it back to us in a year or two and let us know how it's going. That's the other way to handle that.
Okay.
So that's what I'm hearing. So based on that, unless there's any last minute comments, I am looking for, you had another more comment? Yeah, absolutely.
Just to kind of clarify, and I think Tyler referred to it as sunset, which is the same thing, but I prefer to use pilot because I'm hoping that this succeeds. I think sunset gives the connotation that it's going to end, and I think everybody in this room wants us to succeed. I've got a real problem with the short-term rental ordinance, and I apologize that I'm late to the game because I've only been in office 7 days. And then I get where you're saying that we can reverse it, but I think, in my experience, government moves more like a tanker ship, and it's really hard to turn. And once these ordinances or programs are in place, it is harder to reverse it, as opposed to, it just seems a little more flexibility if it's a pilot program, and then it's sort of, do we continue and make it permanent or not? So, yeah, I just want to clarify.
Yes, yeah, I understand that concern, and one thing to, that the motion may include is just, and I think you mentioned it, but just a direct request to staff for a 1-year assessment period, which would be an official report out for you to be able to make a quantitative assessment of the success.
An option for the board to consider is to open a board order and give a date to that, and then staff could come back and report out on the program.
Yes, thank you. So do you want me to include that as part of the approval? Let's discuss, I think I already gave that order. Kit, did you have something to say? Okay, so we would like to open a board order to bring it back after a year, and also to bring back to the, I don't know if this needs to be a board order, to bring back to the ad hoc the idea of allowing short-term rentals for these units. Okay, based on. In a year,
Okay.
yes. So based on that, I am looking for a motion and a second to adopt this ordinance as written.
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. Can we have a roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
No.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1.
Yes. Okay, it has been passed. Thank you. Thank you very much, staff, for all the work you did. Thank you to folks in the audience for coming and staying and commenting. We appreciate you. And we're going to just take a half a minute. Does anybody, we still have announcements here on the board? So we're just going to take a minute for folks who want to leave the room. We're going to go to announcements, and then the meeting will be over.
Why isn't, sorry, Supervisor or Chair Hall,
Yes?
I'm being told that there's a second action that the board has to take. If planning could walk you through that, please?
Well, it's not on my announcement, on my thing. Yeah, so Tyler, could you please, okay, order, please, at the board.
Carissa, can you put up the recommended actions or the PowerPoint, please? There's a,
Okay, can I ask folks to quiet down? We have another motion we need to take, apparently.
it's related to the environmental finding.
Okay. I'm sorry, I did not see that on my sheet.
That was my fault. Oops.
Do we need to accept the public hearing too, separately?
It would just be taking the environmental action prior to making action
Yeah.
on the ordinance.
Oh, go ahead.
I move that we find the ordinance categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15305.
Yeah, I second that.
Okay, moved and seconded, Madam Clerk.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
No.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. All right, thank you, Tyler and Brian, for the presentation. All right, folks, let's go to announcements. Who wants to go first? Okay, just this once, we're going to skip announcements. And I did too. Sue, do you want to give them?
Go ahead, I'll wait till then.
Okay, we'll bring them back next time. All right, the board is adjourned.